Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the regular council meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Vice Mayor McCormick. Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Petros.
Here.
And Councilmember Segurola. We do have a quorum, Mayor. If we may please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if we could remain standing for Deacon Adrian from the St. Agnes Catholic Church. To the podium. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussions. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that may and will affect the people of the community of Key Biscayne. Continue to remind us that all we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for your pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Next item, Mayor, is brief comments by council.
I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Just to be very clear, I know a number of people have signed up on, there is no library issue. So, I know there's a lot of comments, but we have no issue about the library going on this evening on our agenda. It's obviously an important issue to a lot of people in this community, and we will be taking it up potentially at a later date. Anybody else have any brief comments they want to make?
I just wanted to encourage everyone to go to our local grocery store, the Winn-Dixie, they've been making some significant changes, and it's been a really nice, pleasant surprise. We were actually told about it, but it's happening, and I've been very impressed with the changes I've seen. So I would encourage everybody to go take a look.
Thank you.
Next item, Mayor, is approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawal.
I guess I can say that on the record right now. I would like to actually defer the discussion or the reading on 5:30 until our meeting in November. There's a couple of things going on with regard to, we've been talking about the Sun Trust for a while. I think some people are probably going to talk about that tonight, and I just thought rather than committing ourselves and with any sort of variables out there, I'd like to get a definitive decision on Sun Trust.
Is that something that we can vote on when we get to the ordinance? Because we have to go to the ordinance anyways, right?
I think we have to.
Because I'd like to hear if some people came to speak about it. I'd like to hear, because I don't know anything about it.
Okay, no, they can speak to it.
And is there some new information that we should know about Sun Trust?
Well, they got bought by BB&T. No, there's no new information right now. It's just trying to reach out to them.
I mean, I can tell you that I had a conversation with the owner of the building who spoke to Sun Trust. This was probably 4 or 5 months ago. So
okay, you want to? Okay, then we'll leave it on.
Let's leave it on.
Fine. Then I withdraw my withdrawal. And then I would like to move up. We have a presentation by our Commissioner Suarez is here, so I'd like to move him up ahead of public comments, if that's okay with everybody, because I know he has another engagement, and we have quite a number of people here scheduled to speak. So if he could have his comments and his presentation, and then we can move, because, again, we're going to be going through some issues there. And anything else? Any other items?
I'd like to add a manager's report on the interim CFO.
Okay. That would be, well...
Also, Mayor, I'm going to add an item to call an executive session relating to a lawsuit. I'll explain it at that time.
Okay. Clerk?
If I may please defer this second budget hearing minutes, that would be item 8.
Apologies. Right, I thought, okay. So pull that from consent?
This is on.
To defer, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Which one is it, Jen?
Which one?
8B. B is in boy.
No, that works. Thank you.
Okay. And then,
And I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may, one more item that would be 7D, which is one announcement of a vacancy for the beautification board.
right, okay. Well, that would be under, okay, right, D, one appointment. And I'll have a little discussion at that point about a couple of things. Okay, anything else? Do you have any additions, deletions, deferrals? No, not yet. That's coming up. Oh, no, yes, you did. I'm sorry. Did you want to make a comment?
Just want to make one quick comment. You all will indulge me, I hope, even though I'm late. Happy 12th birthday, Teddy McCormick.
Ah, yes, happy birthday, Teddy.
Okay, anything else?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mayor, is a presentation by the Honorable Miami-Dade County Commissioner Xavier Suarez.
Sir, welcome. Thank you for coming out.
I'm not sure how these work, but I'm not used to being on this side of the dais, so I'm a little nervous.
Calm yourself.
I doubt that.
As
Like
you
the
all know,
county, we do hear our public. So those mics work.
both of them work. And I go way back, Mr. Mayor and council members, Madam Manager and City Attorney and City Clerk. I go back with Key Biscayne to the foundation of it. I was very supportive of it, and we worked on the master plan. And of course, the thrust of it all was to make sure that we did not develop in any way Virginia Key or the causeway on the way to Virginia Key other than to maintain the Marine Stadium for the intended original uses. That battle took us to the recent battle over Ultra. So what I want to do is like a sort of in football, they do the 2-minute drill. I want to do a 5-minute drill. You gave me 5 minutes, I think, and the manager and the mayor and all of you, and I appreciate that. I do go way back to when I think Ed London was in elementary school and Luis Lauredo had not been born yet. But I'm very pleased to be here. I wanted to let you know that for the last few months, we've been working feverishly on a lot of issues that come out of Key Biscayne. The most important of which initially, and tonight I can report favorably on it, of course, is the Ultra being removed. If I told you the whole story, and Mayor, you were somewhat active in that at the time, I think you were transitioning in, but you know of the efforts with the mayor of the city of Miami that included at one point praying very hard to Tia Chela. Now, that takes a longer explanation. I hope privately I can do that with you all, but it was an aunt of myself and my son that he appreciated a great deal, and he wasn't always responsive to my many emails that I sent that you can get with a public records request, even though they were made on this little machine here, because as I just learned in my CLE course, those are also subject to public records requests. But anyhow, Tia Chela came through and Ultra moved somewhere else. I'm not sure exactly where. I'm opposed to it anywhere in the urban core. On the sewage issue, and on the sargassum or seaweed as we call it, I was out here, I toured the area, I tried to figure out what exactly is going on that affected Key Biscayne in such a special way. I'm not sure I have figured it all out, but the next thing that happened, of course, is the water quality. And Yvonne, who is here with me, her last name is Mafia, make sure you spell it with 2 F's, please, is my resilience and my environmental aid. And she'll be around to answer any questions if you have any as to. But finally, as to this issue, this is the first time in my life I ever say in a public forum that something is above my pay grade. I mean, the issue of water quality in Key Biscayne is intractable, it's hard to wrap your hands around it, and we were supposed to have a completed septic study today that would have told us what the source is of some of this bacteria. And unfortunately, it's not ready. I'm not happy with my own department heads, but we'll get that to you within
2 weeks. It should be ready within 2 weeks.
Great. Thank you.
And of course, it will be sent to you electronically to all the council members, the manager, attorney, and city clerk. On the library, I'm instructed by the mayor and by my own common sense and by my county attorney that I shouldn't speak too much about it, but I do want you to know that I did receive a delegation from the Key that included the commissioner who happens not to be here, the council member happens not to be here, and Tony Camejo and some other folks. And most of the meeting took place with me outside the room because there's litigation ongoing. That means the county attorneys don't want me to touch anything. So I think that fits into your agenda that I can't get too much involved in it. But I want you to know that at some point or another, if you're not pleased with the final result, you know, do either a 305-496-8484 or Xavier Suarez ESQ at AOL. Those are my contact information numbers, and I'll be available. And of course, with you, Mayor, we communicate on a weekly basis. So that's for the library. The landfill will be completed, will be restored in 2020. It's 117 acres. I've always thought that it's meant to be for at least partial use of Key Biscayne, and we're working with your manager on issues of access to what should be fantastic playing fields. Again, no development whatsoever. So you're assured that that's my viewpoint, and I'll make that very clear to the city of Miami and its fathers and mothers. The historic Black Beach, you cannot imagine what an effort that's been to put that together. The funding, including the last cycle from my own budget, how much? $125,000, because the county was telling us, the county administration, the county is us, but the county administration was telling us, unless you have a clear operating budget, we can't complete or even begin the development, which was approved in 2004 and paid for by all of us. Okay, that's $20.5 million. And for all these years, we haven't built it because there was no operating budget going forward. Now it's been put together, thank God, and we will have that done. That's not the way I think the county should be run, but again, I battled against some odds on that and finally took money out of my own budget. In the last month, just briefly, I have met with 3 or 4 of you, and I'm very interested in meeting with the rest of the council members, as I am with any citizens of Key Biscayne that need to reach me for any of these issues or other issues that come up. I'm almost a resident of Key Biscayne because I live on Brickell on 25th Road. So all the noise that you hear, all the issues of contamination, all the issues of beaches, all the issues of bikers versus traffic, et cetera, I have to deal with all of that when I do my own jogging. So, you know, I'm there for you, and I feel like I'm a resident of Key Biscayne anyhow because I know so many of you over the years, and so I'm your humble servant. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming out. Did you have something to
No,
add?
I just want to thank him.
Absolutely. No.
Most people who may not know that Mayor Suarez, because he was mayor of the city of Miami before, he's now in the county, and his district includes Key Biscayne. And you've been very helpful in the issues that you talked about, and also in our new strategy of working with the city of Miami, which is now headed by your son, and the county as we deal with serious problems like we avoided a major catastrophe with Ultra. So I think on behalf of, I think most of the people here and residents, we thank you for your service and focus your attention with our needs.
Commissioner, we do appreciate you coming out.
One final introduction, Gavin Sitkoff, also from my staff, and I can tell you that he's done very well in his LSATs, but wants to wait another year to work for me until the end of my term. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Next item, Mayor's public comments.
Okay, we have a few. I'm going to ask you to keep it tight to 3 minutes. I'm going to ask everybody. Councilmember De La Cruz.
Luis De La Cruz, 640 Allendale. Mr. Mayor, all council members, Mrs. Manager, Mrs. Village Clerk. I'll keep it very simple. Brett's got an item on the agenda to discuss the 2040 Vision Board, and very important that we get feedback from you as to exactly what you expect from us. I'm doing my best. So my message is, please do everything you possibly can to give Brett the best signals that you possibly can. I'll be watching from home. And we have a meeting on Thursday in order to discuss what happens here today and in order to get our next steps going. We have 11 very interested, very involved members of this community that are ready to do important work, but we need your leadership. We need to know exactly, we serve at your leisure. So we need to know exactly what you expect from us. We don't want another thing like happened with the undergrounding debacle. We want to make sure that what we produce is something you're going to be able to use for many years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Christina Bracken. Christina? Okay, I'm going to move her to the side. Michael Kelly. Councilmember Kelly.
Michael Kelly, 395 Gulf Road. You all have a historic opportunity tonight. I've been coming up here for 8 years trying to get a park built, and you can get rid of me and get rid of my perpetual visits by voting yes on second reading for the 530 park. With all seriousness, all land is good. The key continues to become more and more congested. We all feel it. And the one solution that we have to relieve that sense of congestion is to build parks, to acquire land. That's why during the time I was on the council, we created the Land Trust, which was Mr. Meyer's idea and was, I think, a tremendous vehicle to fund future land acquisition. Please don't do anything to disrupt that. And finally, I just want to add that there's another item on the agenda to look at another 2 pieces of property on Harbor Drive for another park. That would be fantastic. Don't forget that this is the most important issue facing the Key, is our congestion, and this is an easy way to deal with it. Thank you all very much, and thank you for the great work you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
1 minute, 46 seconds.
Nice. Christina's not here still. Ceci Sanchez.
Ceci Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. Please, what are we going to do about being able to go to the beach and be safe? I think that's a priority. As a resident, as a real estate agent, what am I going to tell prospective buyers? Beware of the beach because you cannot use it, because it's polluted, or what are we going to do? I would say this is a first priority. I'm all into parks. I'm all into buying, shading and putting beautiful things in our land, but we need that ocean to be clean and safe for us to use. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Coslin. Carolyn Coslin.
Hi. My name is Carolyn Coslin. I'm a 45-year resident, 255 Sunrise Drive, and I'll be really quick. I am for the 2 Harbor property purchases, for library improvements at the current location, for the elimination of toxic fertilizers on the Key, and I would strongly encourage the village management to increase the pressure on every local Miami and state government with regard to healthy ocean and beaches. Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Tom Cook.
I've lived here since, or I owned the property since 1987, and this is my first visit to the village council.
So I need you to state your name and your address, please.
Tom Cook, and I live in Key Colony, Ocean Sound number 623, and I have been a permanent resident in Florida now for about 15 years and owned the property for, well, since 1987. So I've watched things come and go pretty well, but first of all, I want to thank you all, Mayor Daley, Davey, excuse me.
You got it. You were close. I'll give it to you.
I was giving
in
you
the
more
ballpark.
success than you deserve, okay? And council members for allowing me to speak. I'm the president of the Key Colony HOA, and we're 100, for those that don't know, we're 1,179 units, each with an owner, and we have 43 acres of property, and we have over 200 yards of beachfront. So, we're really a factor here in Key Biscayne. I'm here tonight to speak about this best-kept secret, which has also been labeled the library improvements. And as you all know, we abut the property, the library property, on two sides. So if anybody is impacted, it's sure us. And it was the developer of the Key Colony property who donated both the land and the library to the county for a library. Now let's talk about the library as a practical matter. The Miami-Dade Library shares a very dubious distinction with the Miami Dolphins. It's last in library participation. Not only is it last, it's it's used at half the rate of the Broward County and Palm Beach County libraries, which are very similar to us in size and everything, and 1/4 of the rate of the Pinellas County, which is Tampa Bay, or Tampa. And that's, in other words, we are at the bottom of the pile, and we're not even close to getting up to the next level in library usage. So I say to myself, why would we want to, when the current properties are not being used, would we want to build another library? Well, the plan isn't the motherhood and apple pie renovation that has been described by some. It's rather a multi-purpose building that'll be used for events and parties. And of course, with that, we will have all the traffic and so forth that comes along with that. But this disingenuous behavior is really disturbing. And really what adds insult to it is the fact that Key Colony, who surrounds the property, has not been included. And in fact, the only reason we're here tonight is because we discovered this by accident. It certainly wasn't anybody from the council or the county who let us know what was going on. And that really is very disturbing. And we are probably the most impacted people. Again, we'll have first of all, the traffic coming in and out of this new facility. And number two, I think it's going to damage some property values, which of course affects the tax base, which affects everybody who's here this evening.
Tom, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up fairly quickly.
Very quickly. And I timed it several times, so I'm still okay. Now that the subterfuge has been shown, in other words, why doesn't the council create some kind of a committee or a task force that will look into what has to be done with that property and do it properly and make it completely transparent? So even the people in Key Colony get to know what's going on, okay?
Thanks, Tom.
And finally,
Tom, I'm sorry, I got to cut you off.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks.
I'm still under 3 minutes.
All right, then Tony Cameo, he just ate a minute of your time. I'm just kidding. You get your 3 minutes.
Tony Cameo, 151 Crandon Boulevard. Some of you may not like what I am about to say, but it needs to be said. This council made a terrible decision last December and is about to make another one tonight. Every professional planner that I've spoken to will tell you that the crown jewel of this village would be the concept originally planned for the 530 Crandon Boulevard location. But council after council has buckled to the pressure of a handful of people to change that idea. Tonight, you are about to commit $1.8 million to build a park at 530 Crandon after trying a dog park and then a skateboard park, let alone $4 million for a so-called resiliency park, which I guess is now being called that because Pocket was not a very good marketing concept. Excuse me. I want to question these priorities at a time when we have a serious crisis on our beaches affecting local commerce and our property values. And it's a crisis that's been caused by Miami-Dade County's mismanagement of the Virginia Key Sewage Treatment Plant. That should be the priority of this council. So don't do this on these properties. Postpone these decisions. There is no rush. Allow the 2040 committee to do its job. Allow professional planners to show us what could be. Which brings me to the other terrible mistake that was made. This council, by your actions last December, whether intended or not, gave Miami-Dade attorneys the green light to figure out how best to circumvent the agreement Fritz Scharenberg made in good faith with the county to give our community a library building and grounds instead of the county's bookmobile. Really, how dare you contemplate the convenience of going back on that agreement? It is not about what you can get away with legally. This is, the job of lawyers, and we shall see about that. It is about what is ethically the right thing to do, and that's the proper job of elected officials. That's your job. Katie Petros tells us that the Miami-Dade needs to do this in order to begin planning a library improvement, and then they will include us in the decision-making process. Good luck with that idea. Once they vacate the Architectural Control Committee, they will no longer have any legal need to negotiate or listen to anyone, not Katie, not the council, and even less Key Colony. Unless, of course, they want us to fork over money, then it'll be a different story. If you didn't include us when the warranty deed was in place, why should we trust that you or the county would do so once they have agreed to eliminate those rights?
Tony, I got to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, but I must say that if it's a new library that we want, then let's build something of our own that we can be proud of at 530, walking distance from the community school and next to the community center. Provide all the elements of a new generation, that a new generation will actually use, build a cultural center that honors arts and literature, but do it in the right place without violating agreements made in good faith. Okay, we incorporated, let me just finish up, please. We incorporated because we knew that we could build a better village, and we did. Why then be so small-minded to think we can't run our own far better 21st century library, especially in view of Miami-Dade's questionable track record? And finally, stop the individual haphazard projects by every little interest group. Allow the citizens of this village to go through a strategic vision exercise to make the right decisions.
Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Owen. Allison Owen, I'm sorry.
Allison Owen, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. Well, I've lived here for 30 years, and I've been a volunteer at the Key Biscayne Library Garden for the last 20. And it's interesting to hear all this discussion about what you're going to do with it and how dreadful it could possibly be, or maybe wonderful. But in the meantime, you're proposing to spend $1.8 million on 520 Crandon when you've got this beautiful space with a garden, with a pond that is neglected simply because I guess because it belongs to the county and there's always controversy, and so there's no support for it. I volunteer there. The county does nothing for it. The village mows the lawn, and occasionally I get some help by pleading. But it's a beautiful spot. It shouldn't be destroyed, for heaven's sake, and it should be augmented. We need there used to be 2 waterfalls they don't work. The trees need to be fixed. There needs to be some new planting, and it's you're proposing to spend $1.8 million on a little tiny park that has none of the features that we already have in this beautiful spot that's in center to the island, and to me it makes no sense. And I would love to get some support. As I say, I'm out there, and why does it not matter to any of you that you have this beautiful spot? And that is heavily used by the community, and yet you don't support it. I don't understand it. Thank you.
Jacqueline Sanchez Volney?
Mayor, just,
No, let's
I
try.
wanted, so maybe you can help me clarify, because just factually, I don't understand what.
No, but let's let the public comments go, and then I understand. Yeah, take notes and let's have a discussion when it's our time to discuss. How are you?
Hi, good evening, thank you. I'll be brief. Can you hear me out there? I'm not really saying anything new. I'm just here to, first of all, thank you for hearing us all out. And I'm here to underscore the importance of our...
Name and address.
Sorry. Jacqueline Sanchez Volney, 133 East Enid Drive. But I'm just here to underscore the importance of our beaches. Clearly, the contamination affects our health. It affects tourism, property values, like we've said, and even our lifestyle. So I know that's pretty fundamental. We would all agree on it. I think it needs to rise above as a top priority to be addressed. So I urge you, please, to do whatever you can, assign a task force, whatever, but please bring it up to the top of the agenda in terms of importance, because I think if you polled anyone here, it really is so critical. So just thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Adriana Sabino. Adriana Sabino.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry I have my back to you. My name is Adriana Sabino, 151 Crandon Boulevard, 1024-1026. I have a degree in architecture from the University of Rio de Janeiro, Federal University, and a postgraduate degree in urban planning in the University of Minas Gerais. I arrived in January '84 with 2 kids, 1.5 and 4. And we became patrons of the library. We considered it a jewel of the community. Later, as the president of the Brazil USA Cultural Center, I did many cultural programs here in this branch, Key Biscayne, and several programs at the West Dade Regional Library, which is a state-of-the-art multi-use library. So I'm very involved with the system. I love the system. I think we should have a library connected with the network of the Miami-Dade Public Library System. But I am a little bit surprised that we are discussing something without knowing what we are discussing. What are we discussing? A building that will be almost four levels high, or with 70 parking underground garage. What are we really discussing? As a resident since January '84, I was expecting some to be presented with a project. So we have elements to discuss: impact on the traffic of Crandon, usage, and everything else that involves in the project this size. So I would ask you, council members, what is your plan? Are you planning to present a project, at least preliminary designs? Are you planning on having a charrette? Are you planning to invite residents to discuss the library? And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Dolores Valls. Dolores?
Good afternoon, Dolores Valls, 151 Crandon Boulevard, Key Colony. I just want to agree with what Adriana just said. We need a library. I love libraries. I love to read, but I don't want a big building there. Why not, like she said, take care of what we have now. The grounds are beautiful. We're beautiful. That's it. That's all I want.
Thanks very much. Marina Poro. Marina Poro. Oh, Christina's back. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
How are you?
My name is Marina Poro. I have been living here since...
I'm sorry, state your address.
Oh, I'm sorry. 151 Crandon Boulevard, Key Colony. I have been living here for the last 44 years. And I enjoy Key Colony very much, and I am totally opposed of any else but renovating maybe, but not expanding the library. And because I think it would really hurt our property value. So that's all I would have to say, and thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Stearns Buttrick.
Good evening. Jennifer Stearns Buttrick, 180 Cape Florida Drive. There are lots of items on the agenda tonight. The first one I'd like to address is our firefighters. Because of my work at Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center as a volunteer, I'm very well aware that firefighters experience cancer at a much higher rate than the general population. It's believed to be because of the work they do. They risk their lives to protect us, and I hope that we choose as a community to do the right things for our firefighters who are suffering a cancer diagnosis and illness. Moving on, 530 Harbor. Reading the agenda tonight and the timeline history of what has happened at 530 Harbor, I think is a little embarrassing to the councils of past. It's a convoluted exercise that has resulted in hiring consultant after consultant after consultant, and shocking to find that we've done nothing for this piece of property really for years. I'm not sitting here tonight suggesting that you do what's proposed. I see a big bill for not a whole lot on the property. I don't know what the answer is, but it's very concerning, and I hope you use it as an example to not make the same mistakes that prior council has made. With regard to the 2 lots on Harbor, there is a rush. If we don't take action, the lots will be sold. There won't be this opportunity again, and houses will be built, and the opportunity to acquire these parcels, which are contiguous, will disappear. I'm in favor of purchasing those lots. We do have a crisis on the beach and with our water quality, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do other things. Hopefully, our village government is capable of doing more than one thing. So I don't think that everything should halt while we address the beach and water quality issues. It is a crisis that needs to be addressed, and this is why we need a chief resiliency officer to spearhead this effort and the coordination with the county, the city of Miami, and probably also the state and federal governments to resolve this terrible crisis. Fertilizer ordinance is also very important and leads to this water runoff and water quality issues. Thank you to Council Member Petros for bringing that forward. And acquiring land is critical. It's something that we should all be looking at doing in terms of adding green space. And when we have the opportunity, we should have the financial wherewithal to do it. I would urge you to also considering perhaps financing the lots, because we have historically low interest rates right now, and we're going to enjoy this green space for generations to come. It doesn't make sense to pay for it all right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Bracken.
Good evening. My name is Christina Bracken. I live at 224 West Master Drive, and I've been a resident here for over 30 years. I have only 2 points that I wanted to make, not quite as comprehensive as Jan's, but there's 2 things that I'm particularly concerned. I do support the purchase of the 2 lots that she's discussed on Harbor. I think it's an amazing opportunity, and I think we've seen over and over again that we do, kind of go down the paralysis by analysis kind of route, and I don't think we are well served by doing that. It's a great opportunity. Like she said, interest rates are extremely low, and I think it's a very good opportunity. Even if the village down the road decides that that is not the best use of the land, I think purchasing them is a very good point. The second thing is the library. I'm not up to speed on the exact situations, but I wanted to share something. I've been working with the 50 Miami-Dade Library branches with a small nonprofit that I started a few years ago called Go Vote Miami. We have now trained over 150 of their staff in all 50 branches to do voter registration properly as mandated by what's called the National Voter Registration Act. It mandates that all publicly funded agencies who offer public assistance are supposed to do voter registration with every core service. And it is just one of the many services that people are not aware of that libraries offer. Like, for example, that you can download audiobooks, or that you can get tax prep or parenting classes, or have access to lynda.com through your library card. So I think it's, besides all the discussions that we have about the library, I think part of the discussion should be how libraries are being used today, because I think most of the people, even that do use the libraries, are not always aware of exactly how many services they offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aileen Nicholson. Aileen?
Didn't hear my name.
Sorry.
Eileen Nicholson, 769 Allendale, just 3 years shy of living here 50 years. And I love this island, and I am 1,000% in favor of grabbing the land on Harbor Drive. I've been here long enough to have listened to the naysayers about the Village Green, the naysayers about the community center, the naysayers about the one village park that we do have, and they were all proven wrong, because those are wonderful additions to our island, and we need that property and any other property we can possibly get our hands on. Houses we've got, McMansions we have, condos we've got a zillion, but we need more open green space. Parks for people. Thanks.
Thank you. George Mendia. He's coming. George Mendia. I got him.
Good evening, everybody. George Mendia, 111 Island Drive. There's many items I could speak to, but I'm going to keep it to what I think is perhaps a historic opportunity you have tonight, and that's to buy the 2 lots on Harbor. The money's already set aside. We started setting money aside 15 years ago, probably. We have $7 million in a fund, which is meant to be used exactly for buying open space. And now the opportunity is in front of you. We've talked a lot about assessed values. I think that applies to individual properties. Doesn't quite apply when you're trying to assemble 2 properties together. The value of those 2 properties is so much greater. The sum of is so much greater than the individual parts that it's a no-brainer to me to go ahead and move forward with it. So good luck tonight. I do want you to do something with 530. Again, we worked on that 15 years ago, and the timeline is too long. Something has to happen there. We just can't keep kicking that can. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Pat Romano.
Here we go again. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Patricia Romano, 361 Beechwood Drive. I mean, I could speak about everything that has been discussed here or that will be discussed in the future, but let's stick to the most important thing. Something I will mention, listening to everybody here, is that I'm sure the population of Key Biscayne have gotten a lot of information from a library. So I think we need one, even if some people oppose it. But I think libraries are very important. However, I'm going to talk now about the lots. I've been in the Land Acquisition Committee since inception. We have been trying to buy every single property that come up in the market that is feasible to have it as a nice park, as a nice green space in Key Biscayne. And we have failed for one reason or another. So let's not fail this time. I know that the concern is a downtime in real estate, but when you have 2 lots, like these 2 lots together, that if you include the swell, then it's almost 3/4 of an acre. The price of the lots really go down a lot, talking from the real estate point of view. And I know some people are concerned when they have homes and they think they won't like to have a park next to it. But let me tell you, it's a lot worse to have a 4,000 square foot home when they have parties at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Bieber?
Say it again.
Oh, she's coming.
Karen Bieber, 798 Crandon. Two issues, please. The first one relates to the kite surfing fees that, quite frankly, are absurd at $250 a year. I'm not sure who thought that this was fair or appropriate, but he or she clearly does not have his or her finger on the pulse of the market, because Miami Beach just decided to enforce registration for kite surfing, and the fee is $46 for 5 years. So please consider that. The second issue has to do with water quality. Personally, I think that each municipality in the county should be outraged and vocally outraged about the county's absolute abdication of their legal responsibility to provide us with clean water. They have delayed, they've defied consent decrees, and I just don't understand why everybody isn't mad as hell, and why we're not. I think engaging is too soft a word. I think we need to be forceful and get them to do what they're legally required to do and what is the right thing to do. There may be lots of contributing factors, water runoff, septic, et cetera, but we know there are problems, and I think we need to fix what problems we know are there, the leaky sewage pipes. Duct tape it if you have to, but we cannot wait 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 years to get clean water. So we need to really do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ernesto Herhofer.
Good evening, Ernesto Mayhofer, 151 Crandon Boulevard. I will be very brief, but I please ask the council members to prepare a clear, transparent, and honest document about what is going on with the library. I think the citizens of Key Biscayne deserve a clear message. I mean, we cannot be discussing about gossips and someone told me this, someone told me that. Things need to be clear, and I think we deserve that. No, we are not, or at least I'm not against the library, but I'm against obscure or at least negotiations in the shadows, especially when Miami-Dade is involved. And we have learned from Miami-Dade that they do not comply with what they promise. Virginia Key, it's the perfect example. Virginia Key was only for the boat show. Then they added the Ultra. The Ultra left by themselves, not because Miami-Dade kicked them out. Then we have every 2 weeks, we have another event. We are the velodrome of Miami. So we need the Miami-Dade that they need to start respecting the citizens of Key Biscayne in certain way. And I would like also to thank Councilmember Petros for answering my email that I sent today. But again, I think we deserve a clear, honest, and transparent information of what's going on before we can then have a clear and honest discussion among ourselves, but to discuss on things that no one knows or that apparently, or at least the citizens do not know, I think it's completely unfair with the citizens of Key Biscayne. Thank you.
Thank you. Doris Ruiz.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Doris Odora Ruiz. I live in 177 Ocean Lane Drive, Commodore Club East. I have been living here with my family for 18 years, and of course I am on the beachfront. Okay. First time I am addressing here you, all of you, the council members, and I feel nervous, excited, annoyed at the same time. Annoyed, believe it or not. This is not my job, even though I am very democratic person and I love the law. And I love to have leadership, and I love to have all of you. Two things that I always tell my daughters. One is priorities in life, and the second one is common sense. That's why I am opposed totally to buy the 2-pocket lands. Not now, at least, believe me. It's something that you have to think about it. And real estate, I am also a real estate agent. Real estate has many, many opportunities, okay? It's not like it's gone, all of the sudden it's going to disappear. So that's one thing. And the other thing that annoys me is that the pocket land, at the first time I heard that was going to be something very beautiful in order to enjoy and be quiet. And now, all of a sudden, it's a system of drainage that is going to be used to put a pump there in order to take out the water. So I don't have any facts. We don't have any facts. We don't have any research, I mean, from you. At least you didn't communicate to us. That's why I'm saying this. Forgive me if you have something and I didn't get it, okay? So that is one thing. And the other thing is the beach contamination. The water is a healthy and financial problem for all of us, believe me. Even for the people who go to the Ritz-Carlton and pay $1,000 a night, okay? And that is our business also. The Ritz-Carlton, believe it or not, is our business. So for that, I only remind you, please, with my humble, let's say, advice, to have just priorities for you and for now on, and common sense. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Louisa Conway.
Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon. Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on 2 issues. First, the Harbor Drive properties. I respectfully request that the Council hold off spending the estimated $4 million to buy these properties and possibly grossly overpaying for them. Kindly stop removing taxpayers from our tax rolls. Previous land acquisition hasn't improved property values around Hampton Park. In fact, those values have declined since the park was established in 2016. I actually just checked the values last Friday using the Miami-Dade appraisals data, just to see if it was really improving. The second issue I'd like to raise is the library. I understand the position you as elected leaders are in. You would like to ensure that the community has an updated, renovated library. I get that, especially since the village pays $2.4 million annually to have that branch, and I understand the county pays maybe about $400,000 to operate it. The problem I think may have gotten lost on the council is the significance of the architectural requirements within the warranty deed. The architectural requirements in the warranty deed protected Key Colony from future encroachment, and more importantly, limited the county's use of the land and buildings specifically for a library. Councilmember Petros, your assurance to us that the land and structure on that site will continue to function as a library are lovely sentiments. How exactly do you plan to enforce that on the county? The village of Key Biscayne does not own, manage, or operate the library or the land. With all due respect, the village has no say on what the county does with that land or the building. If the county prevails, they can do whatever they want on that land. Maybe a library for now, but 5 years from now, who knows? So how do you plan to remedy these problems for your constituents in Key Colony? How do you plan to protect our $1 billion development from encroachment? I ask that you, Councilmember Petros, in your role as our elected representative and this council, to intercede with the county on our behalf and get in writing that the land and structure of that site will not exceed the footprint of the original library. Please honor the history and intent of Mr. Scherenberg and, in essence, the owners of Key Colony, whose originally planned open space was donated to this community to have its own library. If the village of Key Biscayne wants to expand the library, then please consider using the land acquisition money to purchase properties such as the SunTrust building to build your state-of-the-art expanded library. If all you want to do is update and renovate the existing library within its current footprint, I support your efforts. Councilmember Petros, I truly commend you for trying to get an updated library for this community. I really do. It's you work very hard. I don't know if people realize that, but I urge you to rethink your plans and vision. Expanding the library will extinguish the spirit and wishes of Mr. Scherenberg, who
Ms.
recently...
Conway, I need you to wrap it up. Sorry.
Okay,
You're going
who
over.
I recently, no, just 2 seconds, who I recently learned from his business associates. He was very proud of Key Colony and most especially proud to have donated that library to Key Biscayne. I just ask again, Key Colony donated the valuable land in 1979 for the greater good.
Ms.
Now
Conway,
we
I gotta
ask this
shut you down.
council, since you opened up
Ms.
this
Conway.
Pandora's box, resolve
Ms.
this
Conway,
problem
you're
for
being
us
abusive
as your
now.
constituents. Thank you very much, council. You don't have to bang your
I do
gavel.
when you're not being quiet. Luz Perry. What's that? Luz Perry. What's that? Luz Perry.
Hello, my name is Luz Perry. I live in 667 Warren Lane. I am against buying the plots in Harbor, the passive parks or whatever you want to call it, for now. I went through the Butterfly once, and it is a lovely corner, it's great, but there was no one there, and I went several times. So you can't even go and walk your dogs through there because you'll ruin the nice garden, and it's really, really nice. In concern to the library, I lived in Key Biscayne for 3 years during the late 80s. I like the library as it is. I think is in its remodeled inside, of course. It needs new floors, new bookshelves, it needs a lot of things. But I think we can keep it like the original library, and hopefully. And I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Cliff Brody. Cliff Brody? Clifford.
Cliff Brody, 1200 Crandon Boulevard. I've lived here for 67 years. This village is my heart and soul. It wouldn't be a village today if it wasn't for people like myself making it happen. No applause. What I'm about to say right now is probably the most important thing I've ever said before this council or from the dais, so I hope you'll pay attention. Seldom do a number of events fall in place that create an opportunity to do something big and exciting, but that is where we are now. It won't last forever, so prompt action is needed. Plans are complete for 5:30, and a contract for construction is about to be approved by the council. At the same time, discussion is resurfaced about a better library. It appears there's general agreement in the council that something needs to be done. The where and how is yet to be determined. Same holds true for the community center. There is an agreement it is too small and needs to be expanded. The where and the how is under planning and discussion. You take these three things into consideration, add in the SunTrust building might just become available. You have a mix that could dramatically change much of the village as it is today. I have dealt with banks for 15 years, working for Diebold, the largest bank equipment company in the country. I've been involved in any number of bank mergers. If history holds true, there is no way BB&T and SunTrust will keep both Key Biscayne branches open. There will be a consolidation. Those decisions will not be made in Miami or South Florida. They will be made thousands of miles away by executives that do not know Key Biscayne. The village should immediately send the mayor or a delegation led by the mayor to let the appropriate executives know the village is very interested in the SunTrust building and is prepared to work with the bank to take them out of that building with little or no cost to them. It is important the mayor be the lead because who you are and what your title is means everything in the banking industry. The biggest headache in a bank merger is what to do with the branches they do not want. We could help. Additionally, the 530 Park should be put on hold for about 30 days. That park is designed to be buffered from the bank building to the extent possible. If that building is a village building, it could change, expand, and improve the design of that park dramatically. Likewise, the plans for the community center should be on hold or slowed, as the bank building could change them dramatically as well. Finally, the council is not making any decision on the library at this point, and it should not until the status of the bank building is known. It should not take long to know if there's any real possibility to get control of the bank building. This all could come to little or nothing, but if it did come to something, it would be the opportunity of a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Diaz. He did it right to 3 minutes.
The bank doesn't own the SunTrust. This just tells the owner of the SunTrust to check the pricing.
Jose Diaz?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Sorry, I thought you were making your way up. I got confused by motion.
Good evening, Jose Rafael Diaz, 151 Crandon. I've been here since '96, and I just wanted to echo our previous request for the library. First of all, I think that our priority and common sense, like somebody else said, should be our oceans, and the water quality and the sargassum. I think that should be by far our priority. I think it affects us all in an incredible way, and I think that's one of the main reasons we all live here. And second, with regards to the library, as a Key Colony resident, I completely oppose any expansion of that library. If we not only consider everything that's been said before, but also the traffic that is generated every morning in the entrance of Key Biscayne, of Key Colony, sorry, it would be a complete mistake to do any expansion. I'm 100% in pro of any restoration of the library within the current footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brody?
It's also the biggest populations.
13, 14.
Sally Brody, 1200 Crandon Boulevard. Now, I represent the past with Cliff. Remember when incorporation came? You can't incorporate. You know that, Ed. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't get your own fire department. You can't do it. And we have the best, right? And we can't do it. We can't have a community center. We can't do it our own, but we can, and we did. And now I'm going to ask you to think about doing your own library. Cliff and I have had so many dates going to visit all these libraries. I get lunch too with him. And Sanibel Library is absolutely fabulous. Sanibel does it themselves. It's not with any county. And there's one up in North Miami that is fabulous also. So I want you, before you do anything with that lovely little place over there, and the gardens and the ducks and all the things that go on over Key Colony, don't ruin Key Colony. Don't do that. Also, I just want to say that originally, this out here was going to be 4 buildings. Remember? Fire department, the community center, the police department, and never was there a 530 Park there. It's been a lot of things, a lot of money's been spent on it. Save it, and maybe you'll get a big, nice library with theater, Pat Woodson, and all that going on. You guys can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Woodson? It's well cute.
How she done? She's back.
Hi.
Hello.
Maybe I'll speak before the ordinance.
You want to wait until the ordinance? Okay. Barry Goldmeyer.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Barry Goldmeyer, 1000 Mariner Drive. I might as well say I've lived here for about 40 years. My issue is not I have no issues, affirmative or negative, with regard to the capital expenditure. My concern is strictly fiscal, because when you spend $8 million, about 3% interest, you're going to put on close to $250,000 in extra debt service payments. And my concern is, and has been, and I think I've talked to Michael about this before, the depleted or decreasing property values on Key Biscayne. We're losing assessed value, and we're not doing anything about that. Now, if it was Key Biscayne losing assessed value with everybody else, that would be one thing. But if you look at Miami Beach and some other better-known municipalities around South Florida, you'll see that they're having booms. Property values are going up, and their assessed value is going up. So before you start spending $250,000, if this was a store and we're thinking of a capital improvement, I would suggest that you look at your budgeting, and part of your budgeting should be to do something to address the decrease in your property tax collections, which is tied to your assessed values. I have many ideas why this is happening, but in short, people don't know about Key Biscayne. This is a miraculously wonderful place. We all know it is fabulous, it is paradise, it is unique, but nobody else does. People know that Miami Beach exists, but they don't know Key Biscayne exists. And if we were to spend maybe $50,000, 20% of what we're spending, what we would be spending on capital improvements to purchase these properties and then, do what we'd want with them, then we'd probably get an overwhelming return and be able to afford to do much more from the operating budget and from the capital improvement budget. And if you're thinking of the SunTrust building, and I believe the SunTrust building will become available, because Mr. Brody has so eloquently stated, banks do not want two branches in the same small community, especially one with 11 or 12 other banks here. And then we will need more bonding capacity. We would need more revenues to service the debt that would be expended to purchase that property and improve that property. So I suggest that the council should think about how to spend money to protect and increase the assessed value of the property so you could do much more with our beautiful island. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Finally, Diane Simon.
Hi, I'm Diane Freed Simon.
Apologies.
And I probably have lived out here longer than anybody because I grew up out here. So I remember when Key Biscayne had a lot of land that was vacant before Key Colony, before Ocean Club, before the Towers, before Esplanade, before CVS, before the Village Green. It was all woods. Before Cape Florida was homes, it was woods. When I was a kid, we would all ride our bikes to school. And there were times when at Key Biscayne Elementary, which it was called, which also had a lot more land back then, over the loudspeaker, Diane Freed, come to the office. Your dog Duke is here. I'd have to go to the office, get my dog, get on my bike, and then ride home. But then I'd cut through yards so I could lose him, which I did, and then I could get back to school and he'd go home. You can't do that anymore because everybody has walls or fences behind their house, or the homes are so big that they either take up with the house or the hardscape on the property. And every time you see a new house being built, you see new puddles. So this is all about, I'm very in favor of buying property on Key Biscayne to turn into pocket parks or to help with resiliency of our water problems, drainage. I mean, I don't know if you've been driving down Harbor Drive. There's salt water near my house every day coming up through things. And it's important. People say, put it off, put it off. The money's there, people. It's in a fund meant to buy land. And this is going to go away. You'll never find two lots together like this that creates such a large space. And we've already had opportunities that we've given up on the water that we could have had for a really good price several years ago. There's been multiple things, and I just urge you to strongly vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
If I may, Mayor, a request to address the council regarding the presentation of a proclamation honoring former City of Miami Maurice Ferrer. I received a notification from Senator Jose Javier Rodriguez respectfully requesting to defer the item to the October 29th council meeting to allow a family member to be present to receive the proclamation. Next item, Mayor, is the presentation of a proclamation in observance of Dance Movement Therapy Week.
Okay. I'm sorry?
It needs a motion?
No, it's a proclamation. So I'm just issuing a proclamation. And this, of course, is Sandra Beggs here? Oh, there they are. Okay. And I'm just going to read this very briefly. Whereas the Village of Key Biscayne is honored to have the opportunity to bring attention to and express support for dance movement therapy as psychotherapy using dance and movement for healing in veteran facilities, clinics, day programs, community mental health centers, correctional facilities, rehabilitation centers, hospitals, and educational settings. And whereas dance movement therapy, a process which is widely known for its beneficial effects and is a vital and valuable discipline which promotes health, fitness, and growth in therapeutic settings for people of all ages. Whereas the American Dance Therapy Association Conference will be a gathering of professional dance movement therapists and allied mental health professionals such as social workers, counselors, psychologists, educators, occupational therapists, and interested individuals with a commitment to the discipline of dance movement therapy. And whereas the American Dance Therapy Association Conference will feature a rewarding range of workshops, panels, discussions, and timely issues, concerns, and inspiring dance performances, I now, therefore, as Michael W. Davey, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do hereby proclaim October 13th through the 20th, 2019 as Dance Movement Therapy Week, and welcome all attendees to the 54th Annual Conference of the American Dance Therapy Association. So thank you very much.
Down? Oh, no.
You want? I'll stand up here with you.
Can you guys stand in front of us? We'll stand here, and if you stand in front.
Because somebody who could use dance movement therapy would be Councilmember Luria.
We can just be a row behind them. But I'm not going to stand behind Mike because I'm terrible.
Yeah, sit over here.
I'm good.
I have knee surgery.
It'll look fine.
Next item, Mayor, is a report by the Athletics Advisory Board.
All right. Guys, if we get out of order, please. I hate banging this thing, but I'm not going. No, public comments, no. If we want to have a discussion item, we can, but no.
Okay.
Glenn, go ahead. Folks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Glenn Waldman, 240 Woodcrest Road. I've lived here 34 years, and I'm here tonight to address you on behalf of the Village Athletic Advisory Board to bring you up to date on what's going on briefly, and then to answer any questions that you may have. I'm here on behalf of the entire board who have tirelessly worked and continue to do so, and I'd like to just mention their name before I get into the specifics. Kenneth Cato, Florencia Monero, Augusto Granados, Victor Balestra, Paul Zuccarini, and Gonzalo Cortabarria. And they have all worked with me for years to do the things that we're trying to accomplish in concert with the village. What I've handed out to you is a little graph that shows what our sports are and how many people are playing right now. And I want to walk through that briefly and then just talk about the pluses and the minuses of what's going on and our challenges so that you can understand what's going on. So if we look at soccer, and soccer is by far our biggest sport, and it's our biggest challenge because it's basically year-round. we are at 834 children, which is a tremendous amount. It's co-ed. A lot of girls are playing, which is great. And talking to the soccer folks, it's capped at 850, so we're pretty much tapped out, forgetting the ability to actually have a room for all the kids to play. Our basketball program has grown, and we're up to 224 kids. We have a lot more girls playing this year, which is great. It's going in the right direction. Our volleyball program has 181 kids, and we have a waiting list. We have a waiting list for volleyball. We have a waiting list for field hockey. And we're turning away children because we don't have sufficient space for those children. And in fact, with volleyball, we actually added a child to each of the teams this year to accommodate more children. And we still have a waiting list because of the fact that we just don't have the facilities to accommodate more. Our field hockey program, which is, by the way, our volleyball program is only girls. It's all girls, and that's great that we have that many girls participating. That used to be a huge problem here. We had a lot of sports where the boys were playing, but not as many where the girls are playing, and now our girls are really participating, which I think is great, and that's been a real emphasis. Our field hockey program is 120. There are actually a couple boys who play field hockey with the girls, and our girls hockey team has played all over the world and won events everywhere, and Flo Monero does an amazing job. They're capped at 120, and they also have a waiting list and continue to do so. Our baseball program, which was really almost dead, if you will, has started to come back a little bit. We had 154 kids this year from 133. When I coached back 15 years ago, we had 12 T-ball programs. We had 2 or 3 now. So it's really changed for the worse. Baseball has really suffered, but that's the way it works sometimes. Our rugby program, which is a total volunteer program, has 178 people. They play on the weekend. It's a wonderful program. It's very family-oriented, and that's thriving. Track and field is a new program. We have 14 kids with Paul Zaccarini working on that. And our flag football program, which actually was dormant, we didn't have it for a few years, has come back, and it's coming back strong. We're up to 115 kids this year, so we're very proud of that. The pluses that we have is our participation by our girls. Our girl programs are really thriving. We have a lot more participation of girls in all of our programs, and that's something that we're really proud of. The addition of lighting at the KBCS, which is going to come online at the end of this year, I think will be a great asset for us. It's something we talked about and wanted to get done for a long time, and it's going to become a reality at the end of this year. We're very excited about that. That'll give us some flexibility. We're going to try to put lacrosse perhaps in there, which is something we put in last year, and we're going to continue to try to do it there. We also may put some adult softball there, which is something we need as well since we don't have Crandon anymore. So we're really excited about that facility, and we will certainly use it wisely. And I think that the other plus is that our sports are generally running smoothly. There always are going to be complaints. That's just the nature of the beast, as you well know better than I. All our sports are revenue neutral, so no sports are working at a deficit. And we have strong leaderships in all our programs at this juncture. So we're very proud of how things are going and working, again, hand in glove with Todd and his department. I think things are moving pretty smoothly. The negatives and the challenges that I see and my fellow board members see as well is we continue to turn away kids from our programs, our volleyball program, our field hockey program, soon our soccer program, because we simply don't have the facilities to accommodate all of them. The one good thing that we implemented a couple years ago, which I think is important, is that Key Biscayne kids always get first. So when we have signups, our Key Biscayne kids get to sign up first to make sure that if there is a issue with the program, it's not going to be at the detriment of somebody from Key Biscayne. So we've implemented that, and that's worked relatively well, so that these kids are not typically on the wait list. The continued increase in kids without facilities to cover everyone, which is somewhat apropos to the things that you hear tonight and you hear every time you guys are up here, and that's something we're going to have to continue to deal with. One of our real challenges is that it has become more of the norm that people want to play their sport all year round. It used to be when you were a kid, you'd play baseball in baseball season, football in football season, and then basketball in basketball season. It's not that way anymore. Our soccer program almost goes all year round, which is a tremendous strain because, as you see that, we have 832 children playing soccer. Basketball wants to go a lot longer. Volleyball would like to have a second season. So we really have some challenges because kids tend to specialize more today than they used to when most of us were growing up. So that's a challenge that we're dealing with. And we like to be able to provide that opportunity because the more the children get to play, obviously the more competitive, the better they get at it. And, you know, a lot of kids want to play at a higher level. So that's one of the things that we continue to try to wrestle with within the constraints of what we have to deal with. And then, obviously, field space, indoor and outdoor, is something that you're acutely aware of. I don't need to get into that, and that's a challenge that we have. And then the other real challenge we have is the impact that soccer has, because soccer is such a large thing and goes so long that it takes up so much of the facilities, but there's such a demand out here, and our demographics changed a lot over the course of since I've moved out here, and that seems to be by far the most popular sport. So we continue to try to figure out ways to make it work. That's pretty much where we're at. We continue to work to make it better. We'll be going through assessments of the leadership of most of our programs this year, as we are mandated to do, either this year or next. And if anybody has any questions or anything, I'll be happy to answer.
Just real quick, my first question would be, Glenn, I mean, thanks to everybody, what you guys are doing, trying to keep these sports going. I know how much fun it is to be on the,
It's fun. It's a lot quicker than this meeting. Go ahead.
But Mike Curia, you made the statement, people seem to be more focused. How much of that is happening where people are just playing soccer or they're just playing basketball? I mean, is there any crossover? What do you see?
Yeah, there is, but soccer is really, for most of the kids, that's what they play. Okay. They don't play much else because it is such a large commitment and it goes so long. And I mean, we used to strive for 3 opportunities a week for kids in sports. I think soccer is 4 now, so it's really all encompassing. And they try to work with the other programs, but the reality is the kids who are playing soccer mostly just play soccer. There are some exceptions. Kids who play basketball play other things. Kids who play baseball play other things. But most of your soccer kids are just playing soccer.
I had a question about the baseball.
Yes.
Do you see, and you may not know the answer to this,
I'll
but
make something up. Go ahead.
that'd be great, and then I'll be really satisfied. Do you see a real difference in our decrease in baseball participation versus other municipalities in the area, and also on a national average?
I think, well, there's 2 things. In every sport that seems to succeed has strong leadership. And we had strong leadership in our baseball programs for such a long time. We had a great travel program. That went away. The person who ran it stopped doing it. The people who dedicated themselves to our baseball program for years, either their children grew up and they stopped doing it, or they moved away, or they're not involved anymore. And we really don't have what we have in volleyball, in field hockey, in soccer, and where we have that strong person which leads people to want to participate in the sport and just makes it better. So, and this is not at all a negative comment against the village and their staff. It's just, the reality is when you have somebody running it who's really strong, it seems to work better. We had a tackle football program. We don't have one anymore. When George stopped running it, it went. So I think baseball is not nearly as popular as it used to be. I think that's probably the trend nationwide. And I think the problem is, and the fight we used to have all the time when the baseball people sat up on the KBAC, which was before the YAB, was no, you can't let soccer encroach because it's going to hurt baseball. Bill Thompson's, Luis de la Cruz, and those people would always fight to keep sports segregated so that kids could play them all. And we gave in over time because the people for soccer wanted soccer. And that the only way that they're able to, and they're doing great by, they're winning tournaments all over the state. It's a fantastic job. The only way they do it is they play it all year long. So that has really hurt baseball. Baseball's gotten hurt by soccer because you don't have those 2 or 3 opportunities. You play one sport, you play the sport. I hope that answers your question, but that's the best I got on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Petros?
2 questions. Do we have a softball program anymore, or is that gone?
That's encompassed within the baseball numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then are there any other sports besides soccer that are going year-round right now or through the school season?
Field hockey has a long season. And beyond that, no, not really. Again, volleyball really would like to go to a second season because kids go off and play in club, and they really would like to get them to the next level. Basketball really would love to have something more so we could develop a travel team, which we don't have, and Jen wants to have, and I think it would be great if we had it. But we don't have the facility to do that. So the answer is no. Right now, soccer is the only sport that really goes all year round almost, and field hockey is not far behind.
If we were able to find more space and some of these programs could go longer, how do you prioritize which ones get that opportunity? Like volleyball and basketball would be using the same place, the same space.
If we had more indoor facility, because they're both indoor programs,
right,
we would make it work. We would find a way that both would get a little more.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, it's not, honestly, that challenge we can handle if we had the space. We'd figure out a way to make it work, and they might not go at the same time. I mean, there are ways to make that work. So I'm not concerned. If we had the space, we would make it work.
Yeah, I just want, as you know, I've been here 40 years and was here founding, even though, and I'm just, since I've been back, I'm just amazed of the people like you and your committee make this community what it is.
Thank you.
You're the doers, and it's so great to hear from you and get the rest of your citizens here know that, well, we got, very sophisticated complainers or people doing extraordinary things. I cannot imagine the kind of work and dedication and patience that you all done. And I, for one, think it's great, and I'm glad that we have this process now where you can come up and so that the press knows, that Key Biscayne Nice really is embedded in our society, and you're a perfect example of that. So I thank you.
Thank you so much. And one other thing I will add is that our programs from a price perspective are very competitive, and in most instances less than some of our neighbors in terms of what we charge our children. And we've tried really, really hard to keep that down. I think we've done a good job of that as well. If anything else, that's it.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Glenn. I
everybody.
really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Marcel, thank you very much for everything you guys done.
Is a report by Village Beautification Board.
Come on. You've been waiting for this. Let us have it.
260 Cypress Drive, Ceci Sanchez. Well, one thing I'm very happy to report that the job description for the horticulturalist is ready. I believe Public Works is ready to send it off. Hopefully we'll get a few applicants, and we hope really that by December the person will be on board. It would be wonderful. That's why we are hoping that no more little special projects will be happening until this person comes on board. I think that would be a very good idea. This person will help us with analyzing the RFP. Hopefully, Katie's idea about maybe controlling, banning pesticides and herbicides and something with fertilizers, maybe using Florida-friendly plants. If we do that, then that would also kind of change the plant selection that we will use maybe in 540 and in other areas. So that's something to keep in mind. That's why also we were able to see the plans of 540. Hopefully, maybe next time when there's something that has to do with beautification, we can kind of know about it a little faster, or so that we can get involved and not at the last minute. But I was really concerned about the plant material that was going to or is planned for 530. And we hope that maybe if you approve the project, which I think maybe now you're going to postpone doing that, maybe if you can wait until after December for at least the plant selection. What else can I say? Yes, please. Today it was trash day, pick up bulk trash in my house, around my area. We need to do something about it. The poor guy, he drives a truck. Then he has to get out of the driving seat, go into this little gadget thing, and he's the one that scoops the stuff. Then he leaves a lot of stuff behind. Who picks this up? I will when I get home today.
Of course.
Annika already picked up hers. So I took a few pictures. I talked to the supervisor. This is a chronic thing. We hope we can get better services than that. I don't know if we have to pay more, but I know I already spoke with Jake, and he's going to look into that.
Do you think, you say it's a chronic problem. This week on my street, it was extraordinarily bad. I've never noticed it as bad, and it was every single house on the block.
And it's not fair that poor Nata, then somebody calls, the homeowner complains here, and then Nata has to stop what he's doing to go there and cater to the resident. This is
But
something.
did you think this week was worse? Was that your experience, or you think it's always this bad?
It's always bad.
It's always bad. It's not.
Okay.
This
week on my street was the worst I've ever
But
seen.
several years ago, it wasn't that. It wasn't like that because they had a guy.
They had another guy with a rake.
Yes. So I think we also need to educate. And after we educate our residents, we need to find them heavy-duty fines. They need to comply. Maybe what it says here is not correct. I don't think you should give a resident 24 hours to create a trash pile, maybe 72 hours. Because if Ed and I do it ourselves, it takes a while, but if you have a landscaper, you need to plan all of this. So 72 hours, but trash piles should not start next week again, because this is Key Biscayne nice. We should
Right.
comply. So that, and otherwise, we do the sidewalk project, we need to save as many trees, relocate as many trees. That's it. Thank you.
Ceci, before you.
Oh, yes, I need commitment. I need commitment from my board. I know that I'm a pain in the neck, and I commit. But if I want,
We'll get to that. We'll get to that next.
she is my board member that is here. This is her first time on the council. Welcome. We need
Councilmember Laredo.
committed people.
I understand.
Thank you.
We'll get to that next, I promise.
Ceci, you got to slow down a little bit, because I think what you're doing is, you're not a pain in the neck. You're an extraordinary woman and doing a great job for us. And here's how I'm addressing management now. I've spent a lot of time trying to think this through. And so I understand it, and you correct me. We have a very lucrative contract with landscaping people, just on the landscaping. So I see a nod from the administration, right? Which, by the way, is the same person, I think, throughout the 27 years of our administration. We are going to go through an RFP. I am delighted to see that finally there is a job description for this position. And I am going to tell you how I feel, because I'm beginning to sense the trend. You know, we're going to bring somebody in with all these Cacamanian descriptions. I like very much to have an input into the description. And sometimes in life, and in business, and in politics, and in your personal life, the best is right in front of you. And we have a tendency here to bring these, quote, expert from outside. And if I see this correctly, you know, we have plenty of evidence, thanks to her 100%, walking around Key Biscayne taking pictures of things that we are all ashamed of. And I think it should be part of the job description of the people who get paid to do the landscaping, the follow-up. And I'm certainly not going to be moving in the direction that we're going to come up with this thing and we're going to have headhunters and come up with somebody who's going to come here and spend a year figuring out Key Biscayne. So I don't know if you can read me between my lines, but there's a lot of talent in this community. There's a lot of people who have done a lot for free that there's other people should be paid to do. And as we move forward, I'm going to be very engaged in making sure that we look to this community is full of talent and it's full of passion, which is what's going to make this work. And so just as we move to the next step, Jake and Madam Manager, I would hope that that we are sensitive to what I just said, particularly for local talent and commitment.
Ceci, thank you for everything, and we do appreciate everything you guys do. Okay.
Next item, Mayor, is 2 appointments to the Art and Public
Right.
Places Board.
We're going to make one appointment tonight. Councilmember Laredo had put forward Bill Durham. Well, I'm going to nominate one person, as is the process. We, as a board, as a council, will appoint the person. I'm going to nominate Bill Durham for the one spot. Do I have any?
I second.
Thank you.
I want to make sure that we're being consistent on how we advertise these things, because I've just been hearing, so I've received some emails about inconsistencies, and I'm concerned about that. And I don't have a problem with the appointment, but this board in particular, there were people that were interested.
Right.
And I don't know if all those names got considered, so that then you could feel like everybody's been vetted.
Well, and this is what I want to talk about going forward. I feel like we've been waiting, and he keeps,
Okay. No, I
Councilmember
don't-
Laredo put somebody forward, and we've sort of been pushing him on for months.
No, but you know, sometimes I hear my colleagues say, you hear, 2 or 3 people give you and plant some things that are, not entirely correct.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm asking for
Okay,
clarification,
I'm
and
trying to
that's
give
why
you
I'm bringing it
my
up.
clarification as the liaison for the committee. These are very talented people that we have. You have no idea how talented they are. And some of them are moving on. This has been properly advertised. I think the list that I last saw has about 5 or 6 people. Or seven, because people come at the 11th hour, oh, I didn't know. Mr. Durham's appointment now, it's been up 3 times.
Right.
I knew the last one.
Yeah,
so
okay.
that-
But I mean, so I just want to make sure that as we vote, we don't tarnish this
I'm
appointment.
sorry, I
Okay.
didn't mean to do that.
Okay, well, I just want to, me, I like clarity. And I think he's a great addition to this
Let's do
community.
2 things. Let's vote on Mr. Durham.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
Now, going forward, what I would like to do, I did have a conversation with board members who would like to have discussions, and I've also had discussions with beautification board members, and they would like to have conversations with these people who are applying and discuss and explain the commitment that these boards take. And I think that's a great idea.
Yes.
So I'm going to put forward, we do have one new appointment. I'd like to make a statement. Gloria Khan is stepping down from Art and Public Places. Now, I've known Gloria for a little while. She's married to Michael Khan. She's been on the Art and Public Places board since January of 2003. She has been involved with the Winter Music Concert Series since September of 2011, and then she's been involved with the Key Biscayne Piano Festival. It began its inaugural season, and now it's moving forward. So, when people like that who've been so committed to boards are coming off, I kind of felt it's the right time to sort of say thank you to her. I wish she was here for us as a group. But Gloria, if you're watching, Michael, if you're watching, thank you for all of your efforts for this community. I do appreciate it. I know we had some fun over the years talking about Art in Public Places. So I do appreciate everything you've done. I think I can speak for the entire council when I say thank you. And we look forward to seeing you back in our chambers at some time soon. But that said, I think what I would like to do is take all of these applicants, and I would like everybody who's interested, again, submit a resume. And then what we'll do is we'll establish a way for them to get into and discuss this with the boards. Because I think that's a better
Mayor,
way.
I think that's a great idea. Forgive me for interrupting. And I think it follows Ceci's comments that either you, as you dialogue with, or the committee, that this is not, we don't need.
Got to be committed.
Thank you.
That's it. No, it's about the commitment.
You got to
and
show up at the meetings and you have to work.
That's exactly right. And so anyway, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
I want to echo what you each just said about the commitment, I think, and it's a good time to recognize the hard work of people who serve on all of these boards. They take a tremendous amount of time and commitment and dedication, and I think we all benefit from the hard work they do. I just did want to add, to make sure that we're really being open to residents, it doesn't have to be, in my opinion, a formal resume, a letter of intent and interest, a description of why you are interested in being on the board.
Statement of interest.
And I also would love to just add, I know we've had some, not nearly as often as we'd like, but at the EAB, we sometimes get residents that come to see what it's all about. If you think you have any interest in any board or serving on any board, they're all open to the public. So, and they're all on the village calendar. People can go, they can sit in. A lot of times you can really participate too. So clearly the doors are open and come on in.
Next,
And so we do have also one beautification
So what is it,
position.
what's available right now?
One position for Art and Public Places and one for Beautification Board.
No, people have already submitted their
Correct.
resumes.
Yes, people have, but I want to reiterate one more time, people can still submit,
just to clarify, I will re-advertise
please,
for both.
this week. And then I would like to submit those names to the boards for them to get in contact with these people and go through the process.
Absolutely.
And then I will have conversations with Ceci, and I think Karen Urente is the chair of the Art and Public Places. And I will discuss with them, and then I will bring somebody forward for everybody to discuss and approve or disapprove.
Thank you. Next item is consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is an ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the Village of,
Sorry, I was going to move it, but you have to read it. Yeah. I apologize.
An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 22-31 West Master Road Bridge to prohibit fishing from the West Master Road Bridge, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second. Oh, wow. Okay. And I'm going to open this for public comments. If you'd like to stand up and come on up.
Yeah. Patricia Romano, 361 Beechwood. I'm opposed to you guys taking the right to go to the Master Bridge for the kids and for the people in Key Biscayne to have fun and try to fish something. I'm sure they don't catch too many things, but, you know, for my grandkids, it's not like a fishery business, and it's open space. And I think it should be regulated like it is, and the regulations should be enforced, and that takes care of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody else? Yes, come on up.
I hope they don't
State your
allow-
name, I'm sorry.
Oh,
State your
sorry
name.
again.
Yeah.
Yes. Luz Perry, 667 Warren Lane. I'm not agreeing with the fishing on Mashta Island. Every time I drive and I see somebody fishing, I saw one guy once throwing a lot of blood into the water. I don't think it's a good idea to attract big fishes, especially for the ones that are the people who live on Hurricane Harbor. They paddleboard, they do all sorts of things, and we all seen pictures of huge crocodiles or alligators or whatever they were. I don't think it's a good idea to fish there. And when they park their cars, they're sort of, you know, a bother to, you have to zigzag in order to pass. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we're going to close public comments. Discussion.
The only thing that I brought up before was the people who had paid for permits. I think that'd be $250 for a permit. They should all be refunded. And just want to make sure that's taken. And the manager has assured me, I think that will be done.
Yes.
Because I don't think any of those people should suffer who've paid for permits to fish there and then can't fish.
Councilmember Petros.
I would like to say some of my thoughts on this issue, because when it came up before us the first time, there was a lot of response from our residents about concerns of the fishing, and we really didn't hear from people who were fishing off this bridge and were doing it rightfully so, and were following the rules. Now, I get that there are people that aren't following the rules, and I struggle with this one a little bit because I don't like to take rights away from our residents. And I did see some concern about this, that it was just happening quickly and quietly. And that there was a petition that was going around to oppose us banning this. I haven't actually seen the petition, but I am aware that it's out there. Now, having said that, I also heard the residents and the concerns about things that were happening improperly. I have also heard that there's some concern from an environmental standpoint on what could be dropped in the water, as well as what may be impacting the environment and the animals within the water and outside. And I still think this is the right move for us at this point, but I do it with reluctance, and I just want to make that known.
Okay, fair enough. Vice Mayor?
I share Katie's concerns. I do think this is, fishing off that bridge is something a lot of kids have grown up doing, and it's a really nice thing for people to have access to fishing in the bay. It's not the open bay, but it's as close as most Key Biscayne residents can get. If you're not a member of the yacht club, you don't live in a waterfront home, this is your spot. And I shared it when this came up at the last meeting, that it saddened me that we got to a place where people couldn't follow basic rules and frankly, just decency of cleaning up after yourself. And I don't know if anyone saw, Ceci posted a picture of the aftermath of a party at the gazebo at the beach park. It was gross. And it made me think, is our next step we're going to ban people being able to gather at the gazebo because they don't know how to clean up after themselves. And I thought that we really, when we get a big issue that we struggle with, and we're trying to figure out how to allow our residents to do activities that they enjoy and that allow them to enjoy our island, and the example I thought of was kiteboarding. We struggled with how to make that work. We heard today that we may have colossally missed the mark, but we really, really worked hard, right? And I felt that this ordinance is before us without us really trying to figure out how to best tackle this problem. So my reluctance has turned to, I don't support this because until I feel sure that we have exhausted every possible way to enforce this issue.
Councilmember London?
Thank you. When this was proposed in meeting 2 meetings ago, I basically am against, like you are, regulating kids or adults from fishing there. But again, when the thing was brought on the agenda, no one who was for fishing showed up, number one. Number two, I think that basically the chief and other people talked about the problems they were having on the bridge. And the following thing was mainly the people weren't Key Biscayne people. There weren't that many people who got our permits. I forgot how few people it is. They told us. How many was it, Andrea?
I don't remember offhand, but I think there were a handful of families that were off
just a handful
island.
of families. So basically, supposedly, this really didn't affect many Key Biscayne people. These were mainly outsiders. And it was trash, it was environmental, it was all the other things they talked about. And now tonight, we're going to hear it again, and Pat has spoken on this, but I still don't see anybody unless there was other people here, who are for the fishing, have shown up. So that's, on one hand, I hate to regulate things like this. On the other hand, I see the negatives, and no one seems who's care about fishing is here for the positives. So, again,
I just want you to know that I have had a lot of people reach out to me. And there is this big petition that I've seen in chats, but it didn't get all the way to us. But the other thing, one of the things that really made me sort of switch my way of thinking was actually something Chief Press said, that one of the issues they were having was the behavior was so extreme that they had someone launch a kayak over the side. That has nothing to do with fishing. And if behavior is going to be that bad, it doesn't matter if you ban it one way or another.
No.
That didn't affect me, really, the kayak launching.
Brett, do you have any comments? Councilmember Laredo?
No, sir.
Okay, look, I'm with you. I don't like banning activities. I grew up on an island. We fished. We would go to the beach. We snuck through holes in people's fences, and we'd sit and fish off their docks when they weren't there. But, and I get it. But the problem is, the chief has said it's a nuisance. We got kids running across. I get it, and I would like to say again, this is first reading. I'm going to vote for it. Hopefully, people will come out on second reading, give us their opinions if they're in support of the fishing on the bridge. I just at this point, with all the problems that I've had, we've tried to do this. I've been on a council where we tried to implement this. It hasn't worked out for the residents who are living around there. And I get their frustration. I mean, I wouldn't want the blood and the garbage that's spewed that's left there. To your point about the gazebo, you're right, and there has to be a balance. But I think in this case, I think the balance has to go for safety and for environmental issues. And right now, I'm in favor of just not allowing people to fish off that bridge at this time. It's not my favorite vote, but that's the way it is.
This would be first reading.
Do you,
This is first reading.
Yeah, first reading.
Allison, do you have a solution that you think would work?
And I'm sorry, you're right. If you guys can come up with a solution.
I don't, but I'd be happy to try to come up with one between now and second reading.
Perfect. Okay.
See where I can come out.
Okay. Anything else?
Pat, call me. We're going to work.
Let's call
on
the
it.
question.
Roll call.
Please.
Councilmember London.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCormick.
No.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Petros.
Yes.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
The second reading will be October 29th, 2019. And the next item is the second reading of a capital project authorizing ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Critical Path Services, Inc. for the construction of a park located at 530 Crandon Boulevard, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Okay, open it for public comments.
I don't have any speakers signed up.
Okay, anybody closing for public comments? Discussion?
One of the,
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I just want to point out that the ordinance provides that the amount is not to exceed 1.826017 million.
Right.
The manager's, I think, recommendation is less, so any motion to
1.195.
move forward would be a motion to amend the ordinance to reflect the revised number and then a vote on the ordinance.
Thank you. We will get back to communications, but I interrupted you and apologize.
No,
when
that's,
one
I
of-
think Councilmember Petros, and then I'll go to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay?
Okay,
And then-
I feel pretty strongly that we should be voting to approve this project tonight. And I know you wanted to defer it with an idea that SunTrust might become available. And there's some things that I think people don't necessarily understand about the SunTrust building that most of you up here do, but I'm going to just restate it. First of all, that building was built there as a concession for moving an existing office building where our community center is right now. And the owner of it was asked to move the building to Crandon, which was agreed upon, so that they could build the community center where it is. And it was agreed that there would be 2 access points, which is why we actually have the road that's open in front of the community center, is because of the concessions of that building. And also the gentleman, this is privately owned. It's not owned by SunTrust. SunTrust leases that from a private owner. I've had conversations with the owner, probably 4 months ago was the last one, when we heard that this merger was happening between SunTrust and BB&T. I also came to the conclusion that bricks and mortar weren't as important for banks. I thought this might be an opportunity for the village, and I asked the owner directly. He told me, he actually called his representatives with SunTrust. It was too early for them to be making a definitive decision, but what they said to him, it was highly unlikely that they would be vacating the lease that they have on that building, which is a long-term lease. And when the discussion came up again tonight, because it sounds like a lot of decisions are potentially hinging on whether or not that would be available in the near future, he reiterated no final decisions had been made, but still the feeling was that that piece of property would be remaining with SunTrust. And he also explained to me, this is just through messaging, that there are other banks that are very interested in that property. As you can imagine, it's a standalone bank. So I do not think that that property is going to be quickly or easily available to this village to make decisions on, and I would hate to hold this up, given the time frame of this, for that. The last thing that I want to say as far as price, one of the things, I know it looks like not much is happening on this land, but a lot of the money is in the regrading and the infrastructure, and hopefully I would also ask that we would include the undergrounding compatible portion of this, which would add $75,000 to this price of 1.2. And I think it's really important that we make this decision and move forward on this particular project tonight.
Councilmember Laredo.
Well, you know my feelings about spending. By the way, I wanted to apologize when I interrupted when one of the people were speaking, because and you heard me speak a lot about this information, and we are the king of this information. Very good citizens come up here with the wrong information. They're talking about $1.8 million. We have failed, total failure for somebody to come up and think that we're going to spend $1.8 million with this council several months ago. At my motion, reduced it upon you reviewing it to 1.2. So that's another example of something. We'll talk about communications before, and that's why I was trying to interrupt you, Mayor, when he was talking about it. It makes no sense to me that I have a very developed sense of what a park is and what an open park is. And in fact, if I had the time with the wonderful chairman of the sports, the youth sport thing, we have ceded a lot of that passive park thing that was which a village green was supposed to be, because there was demographic changes. And the citizens who are not playing soccer, or their sons and daughters, have been very accommodating in basically giving up that piece of property, and they have no place to sit. They have no place to just be in a green area, myself included. But it's okay. We all did it as the right decision. To me, $1.2 million is a lot of money. We're going to talk about something very important next in a little while about acquiring property. We have a good piece of property. It's a corner property. It has enough nature which can hardly be improved. I've suggested some minor or adjustments to the aesthetics. The fence coming down makes it even more attractive. I have, by the way, about 2 or 3 renderings. Every time I get a rendering of the update, it still has the thing on it, and I can show you the picture. So I find it hard to justify a piece of land which in itself is beautiful and not a pocket park. It is a main street park that complements the openness of the whole village green dream, which is interrupted by the bank, which is going to stay there. And I agree with you on that part. And it's at one point, every person I speak to cannot believe that we were going to spend $1.2 million to improve this park. And we'll have some discussion a little bit about using money to acquire real estate property. So, hey, we have real estate property. It's a great piece of property. It looks pretty darn good. It does not need $1,200,000 worth of, quote, improvements of taxpayers' money under the circumstances of this village and other priorities. So I think it would be a mistake. I think it sends the wrong signal, to our taxpayers. I had hoped that our budget was a lot lower than it was this year. And I cannot see any reason why we would spend this kind of money. And I went through, and it's got an awful lot of soft costs, So I am 100% against spending this money at this time. We were able to bring it from 1.8 to 1.2. I'm sure that there may be an amount, $400,000, $500,000 that can improve it somehow, but $1.2 million is excessive.
Councilmember Moss?
I want to agree with Councilmember Petros. I think we need to pass this park. I want to thank the manager for putting the history of this project into our agendas. I mean, it tells a very clear story that, from the time we acquired the land up to the May 1st of 2009, when we started designing for this, we're in 2019. We're 10 years into this, and we still have the same piece of property without anything done to it. This, for me, is a property that is extremely important. It is the entrance to our civic area, the central part of our park, and I want to see us get this done. And all we have to do is say yes tonight, and we have a park on its way that's going to be a very important park for us. So I fully support this.
Councilmember London?
I'm also for the park in general, and a park here. I don't want to see any kind of structures there. What upsets me is the revised plan is taking out the jump track, taking out the pagoda. So basically, I look at it and I understand where Luis is coming from. He says, hey, it's a piece of land they've done very little to, and we're going to spend $1.2 million on. So that sort of bothers me. And what really bothers me is the way we're still going about trying to purchase things, trying to hire contractors. We went through this with the dog park. We constructed specifications and details and qualifications for contractors. So I might be wrong, but I think 14 people showed up, 14 qualified contractors showed up for the pre-bid meeting. And they all listened, everybody got the package, so what they had to do, and I think they wound up with 2 bids. Actually, 1, but in order to his bid look good, they got somebody else to bid higher. And as a result, we paid almost double what the city of Miami did for a design builder. Now, we had an extra $100,000 worth of drainage on that particular piece of property. But the way we go about things cost a lot of money. the thing here, take a look at the electric. And what do you think kind of electric we're going to have here? We're going to have some lights. Did you see what he's costing for lights there? I mean, just, I don't know if anybody's looked at the breakdown, but the breakdown for lights is $200,000. You can have a lot of lights. Now, I assume, how many bathrooms are going to be on this project?
No, there's no bathrooms on the facility.
No bathrooms?
No.
I see. So then I guess for $15,000 for plumbing.
Water
Are we getting a
fountains.
water fountain?
Yes.
That's a $15,000 water fountain?
There's also irrigation.
Irrigation, okay, irrigation. Okay, and the irrigation is included in that? Irrigation is included in number 5 in landscaping. That's $157,000. So what I'm trying to say is that I've had a little construction experience, but my major problem, and I'm not trying to second guess these people, and I look at the numbers here and everything else, and I look at the general conditions, and this is not general conditions where you have this major project with all kinds of things which can't be determined. And we have a major conditions number, we got it down to, wow, to $162,000, which sounds really great. It's only 16%. For what? Again, I want to break down on that. So what I'm saying is that I'm for the park. I want to have more things there, not take things away. I want to have the jump track. I want to have the pagoda. I want to have other things there that people will come and use as well as the benches to sit on. By the same token, I don't want to be ripped off. And I don't think this contractor is ripping us off. I think their price is based on the specifications, qualifications that we require them to do. And I don't think that's the proper way of doing it. And I think whoever puts these specifications together is ones who are costing us the money, not the contractors. So that's where I'm coming from.
Do you have another?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, do you have another way to propose?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
how does the city of Miami do it?
Well, like the dog park, they do a design build. You basically say, hey, we want to have this. You give them a basic sketch, okay? And you say, here's, we want benches, we want lights, we want, come back with us, give us a nice design, and give us a proposal. And I brought this up over and over and over again. And we keep going back to the same thing. We pay all these designers and engineers fortunes of money to do what? To make sure that the costs that come in are too expensive. And, so it really bothers me. And we were supposed to be basically, I thought, starting to change our method of doing business. And this is just
So what would you recommend, Ed?
same old.
At this stage of the game?
Well, here's the point. I want to get it done.
Right.
By the same token, we basically have an idea what we want. I would go back to the same, you got 4 contractors or 3 contractors, or how many would say, listen, guys, it's open. Come back and show us how to do it less expensive. You specify the lights. I mean, you can buy lights, like institutional quality lights you can sink to the ground. A little light can cost you $1,000 or more. Or you can get one for $100 that's going to let, well, you know these prices. Because when you start doing that, when they think they're going to sell it to a government or a public body, that price goes crazy. So come back, I would say, fine, let's do this. I want to have the park done. But I want to have the jump track put in. I want to have the pagoda put back in. And come back and with us, go back to the guys and say, listen, come back with your proposal. Forget our specifications. You know what we have to do. You know what has to be done to the land. And come back with us. And then we'll discuss it and award a contract.
I can speak, if I may, to some of the points. So Councilmember London and I spoke about some of his
I'm
concerns.
sorry, I cut you off. Councilmember Laredo had a comment. Did you want to make a comment?
Yes,
before
now that also for the public and particularly those who may be watching us, these are numbers that are astonishing to me. General conditions, which is where we supposedly saved a lot. I didn't even know what
percent.
16% of general. This is vacant land. Site demolition. What are we going to demolish? That's $118,000 of your taxpayers' money.
Drainage.
Tree disposition, relocation, and protection. So, wait, we're going to remove the nature that is there at a cost of $130,000. No, this is about $30,000, and plant it somewhere. It's like. It just doesn't make sense in terms of our priorities. It doesn't make sense. If you look item by item, I was trying to avoid that. Right. We have, Ed, it's what is the 10% overhead and profit is $100,000. I mean, it just goes on and on, contingency fees, all kinds of soft costs. When we have a perfectly wonderful green area, the only arguments I've heard, and I love Dr. Kelly, as a person and as a friend, is somehow we're trying to correct this guilt that we haven't done anything about it. Well, heck, you did a hell of a lot. You acquired a great piece of property. You did a hell of a lot for the future of this community. And let it be reasonably improved, but not at this number, which is 1.8 just a few months ago. 1.2 is a lot of money. And I agree with Ed, if you wanted to move forward, I mean, this numbers can come down significantly more, and,
Hold on, guys. No, hold on.
And I think it would be, look, in a few minutes, we're going to be arguing about $1.8 million, give or take, to acquire a piece of property, real property, so we can have it. And that's going to be controversial. We have this valuable piece of property, and we just, we're going to spend $1.2 million because we want to make it better. We can improve on nature.
Manager?
So very good questions, and thank you. And I did have an opportunity in the briefing to kind of speak to some of these items. So first of all, with regard to the specifications and design build, I think there are absolutely projects that design build makes a lot of sense. I will tell you that most of the stormwater improvements that we're going to be doing, we are pursuing the design build. So I agree. This solicitation went out a very long time ago, and which brings me to my second point, that when we put these specifications and solicitations out on the street, one thing that was not done for this solicitation but is being done moving forward is that we need to have bid forms that call out labor and material and more details than these lump sums, because with these lump sums, you're absolutely right, it's very difficult to get the price down. So we did the best we could given the limitation of the solicitation that had gone out, many, many months ago. With regard to the amount of soft cost, it's really only the performance bond, and the insurance, which are both mechanisms to protect the village, and it's only $45,000 off a $1.2 million. So I don't think the soft costs are particularly high. And then with regard to the contingency and permit fees, it is a contingency, so we may or may not spend that. Hopefully we won't spend that. And then with regard to profit, which is also a soft cost, $100,000 off of a project like this, you can say if you think it's reasonable. I think that it is. I would also say that with regard to the electric, the answer to what that entails is 3 pedestrian pole lights, 25 bollards, uplights on the landscaping, uplights in the sculpture boulders, and 19 accent uplights on the boulder benches. And the site is also, although we have eliminated the scope, the pump track, the site is also designed in a way that we can have outdoor theaters and events there. So there is some infrastructure, including the electric and the lighting, that would support some of those events. So hopefully that can answer some of those questions.
Ed, go.
Luis, basically, you've done what you should have done. You've done it well. I'm complimenting you in getting this done. That's not my problem. That's not my problem with you or the contractors. I don't think the contractors are to blame. Contractors got our specs, were told what to do, and they came back, and these guys they're qualified, and they gave you a low price. But they gave you a low price based on what we told them what we wanted. That is the problem. It's not the contractors. I mean, we have specifications for these lights, which I'm sure are quality lights that cost this kind of money, because you just heard how few lights we're going to get for $200,000. So what I'm trying to say is I'm for it, but I'm saying go back to the contractors, come back. Here's the thing. Come back, your best price. You tell us how to save money. That's all. You value engineering it. Go back to your 4 people who bid it. Let them come back, let them value engineer it, and then we select the best one.
Let me ask you, what does that do to the process for us, Mr. Attorney? I mean, that's my first question.
You can set a not-to-exceed number and authorize the manager to negotiate and execute an agreement consistent with, that direction. So,
I mean, would that satisfy you, Ed, or do you want to just go back and do a whole? Well, no, you explain to me as a builder, because I don't have.
What I'm saying
I understand how to do the contract. I don't understand how to.
You don't want to go back to one. Because you go back to one, they know he's going to get the contract and negotiating back and forth. The best negotiation, you have 4 contractors coming back and competing with each other. So I would go back to the 4 contractors who did the thing and say, fine, do it instead of with 1, do it with the 4, and then we look at what they're proposing, and we select the best one, best proposal.
Let me just say my position is I'm for it, but at the same time, I I mean,
We want value.
We want
I think
value.
everybody
I think-
wants value.
Correct.
I think,
but I
and
also
I
don't
hear
want
what you're
us to have
saying.
to go all the way back.
I don't want to
You
do
know,
a restart. So
Mike
how do
Kelly's head
we?
is going to explode somewhere
I
in the
don't want to,
distance.
I don't want to go back.
But-
I'm saying take the 4 contractors, tell them, listen, we've decided we're going to go forward, but we also realize that prices you gave us were based on the specifications that we gave you. Now, we want you to come back to us. You're experienced guys, you know what we want, you know what the plans are. Come back and tell us, can you do it for less money? What would you change and how would you do it? Okay, that's all. And then we'll look at the 4 bids, select the best one and give award the contract.
We would also keep our landscape architect on board to oversee what they are going to value engineer out to make sure
course, yeah.
that they
Yeah,
approve it, okay?
exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the
Oh,
liability still stays there, that it's okay.
But what is that? That's an expense? We're gonna,
I don't know if that's,
Well, it is an
value engineering
expense.
is
We already
typically an
have the
additional
person on
cost.
board. The person would be part.
Value engineering
no,
is,
wait, Sassy, hold it. We need to get our act together here.
value engineering is typically additional costs.
Correct.
The thing is that there's a liability, right? So what happens is that if the contractor comes and says, yeah, I got this paver, it works, and then they all break after a while, the architect's going to say, those aren't the ones I specified.
No, I
So
understand.
It
Okay,
becomes, it's open. So we
Yeah.
would need the architect to kind of look at that and say, yes, those are
but
good.
you're ahead of where we are,
Yeah.
or at least where I am, and I think the theme here is cost effectiveness, design. Obviously, we would like to have the ultimate park design. We don't have the money. We have other priorities. My priority is to buy other land. That is a perfectly fine park with some improvements. I am disappointed. Then maybe I've misread you, that this thing has been drifting because of, the people who have devoted so much time to it. And now this solicitation, you just said it's not very good, but since it was happened before, we're going to ride this wave. I arrived here, I've been here less than a year. We now have your first budget, and we're going to have to be measured, and our voters are going to measure us. If this was not done right, we should not have it back from you and the administration, even at $1.2 million. That, to me, is not a good sign of controlling costs.
Councilmember London?
I respectfully beg to differ with you. This was done perfectly. Even though I'm completely against it, it was done properly under the conditions, okay? It's not the best way, but that was the way that it was done. That's the way it's always
That
been
we
done here.
inherited
We have
that.
not changed to do it the way I'm talking
Right,
about.
but if you inherit something that is being done wrong,
Yes.
you have a duty to correct it before you spend taxpayers' money. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time communicating this.
Listen,
I
to criticize what's been
I
done.
am not criticizing. She is our chief executive officer.
Right.
She has our respect. I, as a representative, as you, of the people who pay her bills, have a right to have that. We are all in agreement, I think, today. We're looking after every penny.
Agreed.
Okay, and this is excessive, and I heard that this has been drifting, and of course, the solicitation was not perfect, but all of a sudden, we were going to vote on it. No, and no.
We are going to vote on
We
it, but
basically hired an architect, engineers, and they prepared these things, which we paid them for, and that's where they based
I'm going to
everything
move
on.
you down between them.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
So we got to redo it, that's all. Do it,
All right.
I would-
Councilmember Moss?
I think, Ed, I'm in agreement with you on this one. And I know that's rare, right? But
Anybody can make a mistake.
but I'm agreeing with
I know,
you.
but the only one tonight you do agree
I think
with
we
me.
should make a motion of a not to exceed. I'm interested in, before making that motion, is that what I understood you said is that you want all of this.
Yeah, I want all this
You
plus.
want everything in here, but we need to do a not to exceed to get this
I want the jump track in
negotiated
there too.
down.
I
I
see why
don't know
we
about the
shouldn't have
jump track. I got to be honest with you.
What?
I don't
Called
know
a
if the
pump track, but that's fine.
jump
track.
hump, whatever.
I think
I
the
don't-
older
wait,
kids would like
I
for it
don't-
to be a jump.
Okay, let's stay focused on
Right.
what we want to accomplish. We would like to not slow this down. We would like
Exactly.
to be more efficient
Right.
with our money. And I want to know from the manager listening to us, is that something that's doable? Or are we going to be delaying this dramatically by asking you to go back and change direction to some extent?
There would be a significant impact to time, and the reason why, and listen, I'm not thrilled with where we are. I know we will get better, but to Councilmember London's point, we've inherited several steps of this process, and this is the final tail end. At the retreat that we had back in May in quality of life, this was the top priority of the council. So we're kind of in a position where it's been a decade that we've been working on this. There's been $250,000 already invested in design packages and different site plans that didn't go through. So do I think that with our new procurement folks in place, with revised bid forms, this bid form had been done before I was engaged with this. We know what we need to do. Staff is on board, legal's on board. So those bid forms will provide the level of detail in the schedule of values, labor and material that'll give us the ability to negotiate further moving down. The reason why we brought this forward was because it was deemed a priority for the council. As you can see, the timeline, we don't want to reset. And so that it is, I understand and I appreciate that it is a difficult decision, and it's not the most, these aren't the exact circumstances that you would want to see, but I can assure you that the revised bid form and looking at the specifications more closely early on, using design build when appropriate, we will be doing all of those things, and you will see the fruit of that labor. But I think at this point, this ship had gone so far and had been prioritized by council. We did the best we could with what we have, and we're presenting this to you for decision.
Councilmember London, one more time.
Last time, basically, what I'd like to do, give them a 1-month deadline, because it's not going to take very long to do this. They can do this in a week at the most. To come back, look at the things. They know the prices. They know the values of what they have to put in here to do it, and let the 4 contractors come back with a proposal.
The challenge is that the specs, because the specs, if we don't alter the specifications provided by the engineer and the design firm, you're not going to get much movement.
Well, you're saying the contractor. What I said to you was that, let's say you have lights, for argument's sake. They come back and say, we're going to use these lights. They're going to say, we can do this plumbing, we can do this, we can do that.
But to Councilmember Moss's point, once the architect and the engineer set the design specs, if we start changing the specifications, then it's an entirely different project.
No, it's not. No, what's going to happen is that acceptable? The architect or the engineer comes out with a basic spec. He can be open-minded and come back and can say to him, okay, why isn't that good? Why do you have to use yours instead of what the contractor said?
May I just say
That's
two
all.
things
Believe me, you
about
can
process?
just do that and get it done within a month. And come back here and we can award it next month.
About process, Madam Manager, because today and before you've now mentioned this retreat we had in May and the priorities. I still haven't gotten the list of what the priorities are.
All right.
Right? Does anybody else get them?
No, but that's an idea.
No, wait, because.
Let's stay to the issue. With all
No,
due
but I am
respect-
staying on the issue. But she's saying that this is our number one priority. That was a very well-run thing, and I would have expected to have those things. Priorities is a relative term. If you recall that retreat, which I do well, and we had, when you get to.
We need to get through this item. I
Right, no,
understand what you're
but
saying.
what I'm saying is, Mayor, excuse me for let me finish, because here's a problem with process. And if we don't address the illness, if we're going to Band-Aid things to death, we continue to say, and she's saying that, well, the process was going on. It's 1.2 million. It was 1.8. You have to stop it.
And we are.
Okay, you have to stop it. It shouldn't be stopping it or us. It's not right. It is significant money.
You have a motion.
And by the way, the last thing, perhaps I ask one of you to enlighten me. What is the rush? Is it an ugly thing? We had 2.5 years of the most derelict building in all of Dade County in the Oasis. It took us 2.5 years to fix it. It's a green area that clearly we shouldn't have a time pressure.
Well, this is 10 years though,
but 10 years.
I'm just saying the reason it's.
That's the point. Everybody feels. I understand.
That's where
and
it's
that's an
coming from,
emotional thing, and I understand that.
I do get that. So you're moving to table.
I'd like to make a motion to table this.
But there's some clarity.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
There's some clarity, I think, of what the manager is saying that I'm not 100% sure. So what you want to do is have each contractors, however many want to do it,
There's 4.
they will bid theirs with value engineering in it, with approval they'll speak to the architects, make sure that the architects pass that and say, yes, you can use that. from the manager standpoint, are you going to have an issue that you're looking at different bids with different specifications? Is that going to
Right,
be an
how
issue?
are we going to compare apples to apples if we don't
Or
revisit
are we
design?
allowed to allow the contractors to bring whatever they want, and that's what they chose? That's more of like the legal side. I just wanted to make sure that we don't get tangled up into anything, because this is not usually the correct process, so it's a little bit
So
complex.
underneath our RFP, we allow for the village to accept, reject, or modify. We allow to request new proposals to be submitted. We could require new advertisements. I think that it's okay if we request for 4 people bid, right?
Yep.
For the 4 bidders, they're all on the same playing field. You go back and request new proposals, but you need to give them, I think, specifications if you want to get, you know.
Well, the question is that
Would the
they would
specs
make
actually
modifications to the specification. So at the end of the 1 month, we're going to have 4 that are going to be apple, orange,
Correct.
pear, you know, we're going to be
So-
comparing different things.
So I think you would have to, you're asking if they would come in with a value engineering proposal.
Yes.
I think that you could do that and ask them to provide a value engineering proposal as a part of this. You may not accept it, but I think that they could do
Fine.
that.
But because they're all starting at level playing field, and
They're
whatever
all-
they come up
yes.
with, they come up with. So I just wanted to make sure
Correct.
that that's clear before we,
Fine.
okay, that's it.
Are we, in fa- oh, I'm
One
sorry.
other quick question. If we give this month to go back and try to do this and see if we can get a cleaner bid, I guess, and we find that we're not pleased with the result, does this one still stand here as a possibility?
Of course it stands as a possibility.
Okay.
I mean, if the contractor's willing to do it.
And are you
It's a
get?
two-way agreement.
Sorry, I
you
didn't
getting
understand
done?
your question.
They're not bound. Right.
I just wanted to know that if we decide to hold off for a month and we find, because we're going a little bit on uncharted territory, not sure the product we're going to get back. And if we find that what we get back is not something that's better than what's presented here, do we still have the option to vote on this if the contractor would be willing?
Since I'm tabling it, this is
This is still.
So in other words, what you're saying in English is, you want to vote for
we hold this?
1.2 million if you don't get, if you don't get
I
that.
want the ability to vote for this again if I don't like the product
Oh,
we're
of
going to
course
get in a
that's
month.
true, yeah. And by the way, where does the 30-day magic number come from?
For me.
From Ed, London.
Just 30 days, you
Because
think that's enough?
it shouldn't take 30 days, but that'll be 2 meetings, in other
All right,
words.
is everybody,
That's all.
so you made your motion?
Yeah.
I second his motion.
Can I just make it clear,
Please.
instead of maybe 30 days, you mean 2 meetings out?
Meeting.
So, Jenny, whatever,
Whatever the second.
whatever the meeting, the second
November
meeting.
19th.
13th, I think. Oh, is it 20th?
Yes, November 19th.
19th?
In the communications, Mayor, just, because I want to lawyer this to death, because what you need to bring is the solutions. It's that I get a sense that we're all looking to save. I mean, that has to be communicated somehow that we
I
are
think
not,
we're
we're
looking not
choking
to
with
waste.
1.2.
We're looking not to waste.
That's right.
Good, okay.
The
That's-
best and
that's where I
highest use of
am.
our dollars. That's what it comes down to.
We'll
All
come
right.
back to that.
Moved, seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This item then,
Ceci, ask your
No,
question.
we gotta,
My question is regarding the landscape. I spoke with Todd, and he said that if we had the horticulturist on board in December, we could hold off on the landscaping. I have a lot of reservations on what is in that plan for 5:30, including coconut trees there. If you're gonna have a park, please, don't put coconut, it's a hodgepodge of different plants.
Okay.
High maintenance. I don't know if that's gonna work, especially if you want friendly plants. So could you do?
We'll make sure you guys are-
Do design, but hold off on the landscaping until we get a.
We can accommodate that. That's not a problem.
Absolutely.
Ceci, when they come back in with their bids, they'll have a schedule of values. One of the values will be landscaping. So obviously, we can award it without the landscaping.
okay.
Can I ask for one other point of clarification? Are we adding back the pergola?
Well,
No.
Well, he wanted to add everything.
No.
Well, no, no, no.
You could take it out, get the
Hold on,
price, if you
let's have
can
a
get
vote
it
on
for
that.
the same
Let's
price.
a
I
vote.
would want to have jump track in the.
Let's have a vote on that. I apologize. I thought your motion intended
I've
to
got-
bring
that's
everything
what
back in,
intended, yeah.
because I disagree on the jump track, but let's have it, and then we can put it on. My motion would be to add it all back in, and then what we want to take out, we take out.
Second.
I apologize.
That's okay. Add all the bells and whistles that they had before.
And then revote.
It'll be itemized, and we can take it out if we need to.
Correct. The jump track, the
So
hump.
basically, you know what you're doing.
Pump. Oh, that's why.
So what we're doing, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
and my fellow councilman, is now we're regressing back to 1.8 or more.
Not necessarily.
Oh, absolutely.
No, we're not.
Well, let's look at the chart. Look at the number.
No, but they have to come in.
These numbers are ridiculous, okay?
We'll look at the number. The significant savings that came out from 1.8 to 1.2 was taking that out.
I understand what you're saying, and if
Under this process,
Councilmember, I
we're
can tell
looking
you
for a
that
different
if
process.
these costs are the same when it comes back, it's not going to have the support.
That's
So
all.
those items will be pulled again. All right, can we have a vote on that? Where are you going, Brett? Brett, we need bodies up here. You can't leave until we have a vote. We just had
Or I can
another
take it
motion.
as a consensus. Oh, well, there was a motion. Who seconded? I'm sorry, who was the motion?
I made the motion, Ed seconded, to include all the items that were left out, that had been taken out, so that,
All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No, I is for.
I vote no. Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you. A motion carries, and the item will then be heard at the November 19th, 2019 regular council meeting. The next item is on second reading, a capital project authorizing ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the purchase of the real properties located at 571 and 599 Harbor Drive, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
I'm going to open this for public comments.
I don't have any speakers signed up.
Yes, you have one.
Oh, we do.
Oh, I apologize.
I have
No,
one. I'm
Steve, I
looking
don't-
right
we
at her
don't
and
need
she's
to.
ignoring me. Come, please, Pat. Oh, and now we have two.
Have visuals. Thank you. Pat Woodson, 472 Warren Lane. Gee, since everybody's talking about how long they've lived here, I think I've lived here 31 years. It's kind of
I'm a
amazing.
newbie at 16.
So, yeah, when we started talking about 5:30, I guess I had a 12-year-old, now she's 22, living in London. So, okay. So, all right. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Parks and Open Space Board. You heard from Aline and from Pat Milano earlier. Other members of the board are texting, Alan Fine and more. This was another unanimous vote, this time to purchase. The first vote was to explore these properties as an appropriate park, and especially after studying issues of resiliency. We had Julie Dick, who I think you all know, wonderful expert on environmental issues and resiliency, came and spoke with us at length at our last meeting before we voted unanimously to recommend purchase. So why do we need this park? You know, this is something that since the master plan was first created, parks have been our almost number one priority. And the idea of creating a necklace of green space has emerged over time as a way to promote pedestrian choices rather than getting into your car. It improves the health and ultimately the property values of our whole community. You can see that we have very few green spaces. The one at the top there is actually Calusa Park, which we borrow to use toward our concurrency green space per population. We're way below the very low Miami-Dade standard. Since we bought the Village Green many years ago, our population has doubled. And you can see that we've added very little in green space. Children, according to recent studies, spend an average of 2 hours a day outside, which is what is recommended for maximum security prisoners. So this park is very unique. You can see that it's, when you look at the basin there and you just go directly out, you'll see that the two corner properties that are adjacent, they're McIntyre on one side, which is a safe route to school. The dark green shows the lowest areas in the village where there is the most flooding. So this meets the criteria of one of the lower points in the village. The lowest point in front of it there at the corner is about 2.5 feet. I'm sorry, did you? No? So, yeah, this is a very, very good place for us to have our first resilient park. Recreation and resiliency together will be, I think, how we do parks from now on. They are called the most effective, least expensive type of infrastructure for flood mitigation. And that's why our neighbors all around us are using parks in that way. Of course, you've seen this before. More than 70% of residents support purchasing land for parks. It's always been either a number 2, number 1 priority. It's become more of a priority every citizen survey that we do. You can see the difference between 2015, 2018, the support for parks, especially pocket parks or neighborhood parks, is rising. So again, you see that over time, from 46 to 50% strongly feel that we need to have more green space. This would be our first experience in using a park for resilience and flood mitigation. We'll learn a great deal about it, and we will be able to hopefully retrofit some of our other existing green spaces so that they help us over time with sea level rise. So that wraps it up, except that I want to say that our goal in reducing traffic and creating a necklace of green spaces is based on research that shows that when green spaces are 5 to 10 minutes apart walking, that it really shifts over time the behavior of the people in that community. There are more and more incentives for walking. The cost is something that I don't know that's been highlighted very much. For 32,525 square feet, which is 7.46 acres. It's contributed, that size includes 12,300 square feet of swale, which reduces the cost per square foot of this purchase by about 30%. This is very unusual because uniquely for a park, we are able to use this unusual amount of swale, 2 corner properties on Harbor Drive with maximum swale. So it makes it very, very cost efficient, more for a park certainly than for a property owner. And I can't help but mention 530. I'm very happy to hear support for it, and I hope that we can do it next meeting. And we'll celebrate all together, those of us who've, among you, have had this 10-year experience together. Thank you. Keep your cable.
I'm sorry.
Steve? Simon, I'm sorry. I thought my vice mayor had it in control. I'll let you know.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. In June, after first going to the Parks and Open Space Board and receiving their endorsement, I stood before you to present the concept of combining 2 adjacent and oversized lots in order to turn them at 571 and 59 Harbor Drive into a park. That night was all about the attributes of creating a park in that location. Those benefits ranged from the traditional recreational opportunities that are implicit when one thinks of open space in a park, to the broader and more relevant definition of also including such terms as a resiliency plan and components of a stormwater improvement plan under the umbrella of public park purposes. You've seen those slides enough times in the ensuing months that you could give that presentation yourselves. In August and September, the presentations brought the proposed sales contracts and the appraisals into the discussions. Tonight is the moment when all of the data from a multitude of sources that you have been synthesizing produces a result. In my estimation, be it not for one remaining concern that makes you reluctant, the result would be obvious. That concern, that hesitation, cannot be the public policy issue. I know what it is, and I want to address it directly. You would prefer to spend less money to acquire these properties, and so would I. But this land acquisition isn't just about the money. This is all about value and the value the land acquisition brings to our community. The council created the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The taxpayers in the community, along with the developer and grant money, have been funding it. It mandates our government to acquire land to add recreational green space to our community. We can now continue to fulfill that mandate and keep that promise. We have identified for purchase 2 adjacent parcels that in total are 32,525 square feet. The parcels are along one of the highest pedestrian routes, the linear park, also known as Harbor Drive. It is a prime location to provide all of our residents recreational green space to use and enjoy. Some will prioritize the economics of the transaction to adjudicate the value of this purchase and development of a recreational green space for our community. That's a good thing. When doing so, please consider the land will be a site for the floodplain management component of our sea level rise resiliency plan. Plus, the Village of Key Biscayne Public Works Department estimates that utilizing that location for a stormwater improvement pump station could save us $600,000 from the initial plan estimates. It will bring us closer to the FEMA community rating score of 6 from our current 7. If achieved, it would mean a 20% reduction in our flood annual premiums for all residents versus our current 15% discount. Diane and I have talked to our neighbors whose homes surround the park. They have told us that they support the acquisition. Those neighbors, just as the overall community, will benefit as research shows property values in the surrounding radius of the park will increase over time. And my reference that I've spoken about before was Professor Compton, who refers to this effect as the proximate principle. The village would be eligible for traditional park acquisition grant funds. This is the same state of Florida program that brought 40% or $828,000 back to the village as a partial reimbursement for the acquisition of the 401 Hampton Lane Park. There may be an opportunity for resiliency-related grant funds. As you are likely to bring the topic of the appraisals into your discussion this evening, the appraisal was performed by the same state-approved appraiser as the village used for the 401 Hampton Park parcel. The total purchase that you're looking at tonight is $102,500 above the combined appraised values. I agree with those that say we are paying a premium for these properties, but only when one views value in the context of mutually exclusive sales to separate buyers, acquiring each parcel for their residences. One must keep in mind that the community is not purchasing these adjacent parcels for this purpose. The value the community receives justifies the cost to purchase for the intangible and tangible benefits enumerated. 4 years ago, on December 1, 2015, that council took a precedent-setting chance and acquired land for recreational green space with no knowledge at that time about grant opportunities, and the community has been richer for it. This village council, right here, right now, by purchasing not 1, but 2 adjacent and oversized lots, can make a legacy establishing statement that will say we are fulfilling our mandate and are preparing for our future. Let's make that happen. I ask for your vote in favor of the land acquisition.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you for everything you've done on this. I know how much hard work you put into this. Anybody else want to speak? Anybody else? Other than you? Okay. Pat Romano, please. Just kidding.
I have to say something.
I know you did.
Patricia Romano again. We have been discussing here 530 Harbor, Crandon, I'm sorry, 530 Crandon. And please don't make the same mistake that we made when we tried to buy the lot and we didn't buy it, and then somebody else bought it, and then they sold it to us for more money, if you remember that. So we have wasted many opportunities to have good land. We wasted Bayfront property. We wasted the building in the Sunrise. So please, do it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close public comments, and let's get to the discussion. Councilmember Laredo, you look like you want to say something.
I just thought you were going to call for a vote.
Okay, well, I mean, I want to just.
I would like to make a few comments.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, discussion. Councilmember Petros?
I'd like to address some of the things that are concerning for people and also to reiterate some of the things that Pat and Steve both spoke about. A couple of things I wanted to mention. First of all, one of these properties was not for sale. And the residents that had bought the property were approached and asked if they would be willing to sell in order to give us this bigger piece of land. And it is bordered by 2 streets. So I think that's unique also. And I think it's important to note that they were willing to entertain this thought even though they had recently purchased it. Yes, values have gone down since that time. I'm not saying that, but it wasn't a piece of property that was for sale. And I think there's been a lot of speculation in the community about how this is an advantageous sale for certain people, and it really depends on how you look at it. So I think that's important to note. I also think that it is a leap of faith for residents within our community to put themselves out there to potentially sell to the village, because it's a very awkward negotiation. And what has transpired is not that easy for either side. It's not easy for us to try to come to the best price available, and it's not easy for them to be on the other side of the situation. I think the resiliency issues are significant, and I think this is an opportunity for us to take a step in the right direction towards giving a potential resiliency officer some land to do something with as we start to plan for the future. I think it sends a message to people outside of our community that we're looking to be more resilient. I think obviously the fact that we can have open park space that will also improve resiliency is a wonderful thing, and it will impact the design. I do want people to understand that if a pump was placed on this land, this pump exists underground. It isn't something that would be above ground and be loud and create some type of noise for the residents. It's a quiet thing that you wouldn't even know exists. There's 2 that already exist on the east side of Crandon, and nobody knows where they are. So if people are concerned about a pump station being put there, it isn't anything that the residents would be even aware of, other than the time that it takes to put it underneath the ground. So those are my main points. I thank everybody who's been involved in this. I absolutely support us purchasing this land. I don't think it makes sense to nickel and dime it for many of the reasons that were stated, and that we do over time, we see the value of land, whether it's right at an appraised value or not. So I hope that many of you will support that thought and move forward with this.
I want to get to this. I do want to thank everybody for this, and I was I guess maybe the root cause of why we didn't buy that Bayfront property back in 2007. I get it. And I don't want to make that mistake again. Let me just say that I understand that the price is higher than the appraisals come in. Ed, what is the amount over the appraisals that we're talking about?
Well, they're saying it's $100 and some thousand.
No, what are you saying? I'm not saying.
Well, the one property, Steve, the contract price now is 1.8 something for the.
But why don't you ask the manager?
because Steve is the one who's doing it day by day.
Whoever, yeah,
He's involved.
Steve, if you could just, yeah, please, let's
He's the
not.
man, his life, this is his life, okay?
It's my life.
Well, but what are
And
the,
and I don't say that
No.
derogatory, I say
No.
that compliments. No one has worked
absolutely, he's
harder.
committed to
No one
this.
has tried harder. No one has done more than he has to acquire space in this village. And I take my hat off to you, and it really bothers me. And we discussed this when we first got to doing this. Anyway, how much, $1.8 million something?
Thank you, council member. 599 is at
Okay, so
$1,850,000.
that particular property, and we talk about appraisals, and I've
what are your appraisals? No, I just,
no, there's basically, the appraiser's a fine guy. He just forgot to use the two low numbers there. He forgot to use one at $1.020 million, and he forgot to use one at $1.1 million, which were current compared to the ones he used. So if you take that and you adjust for the land, you're talking about $1.1 million to $1.2 million, not $1.8 million. It's so far out of line. The other one that's included in the thing is $1.3 million for a 12,000 square foot a lot over in Holiday Colony.
but
So-
what about what about to the point about the contiguous nature of the two lots?
But you asked about the appraisal. So the
Right.
second one, what's it, $2,250,000, Steve? What's your latest number? $2,250,000?
$250,000. And just to, the statement is, over the appraised value that the village hired the appraisal.
Not the village appraiser. I'm asking you what the contract is.
No,
for that.
the contract.
$2,250,000. Okay,
Correct.
so the $2,250,000 for basically a tear down compared to at least, and you know what? After I realized no one really gave a damn, I didn't even make a whole written thing on the thing. But there's two much nicer houses, new houses under the new building code on good streets that look good, and they're asking. They can't sell them, but they're asking $2,275,000. Another one for $2,300,000. So when you adjust all these things down and the land, you're looking at $1,700,000 and $1,800,000. So it's at least $450,000 above on that one, the same amount on the other one. So the total price is about $900,000 more. Now, did the people want to sell? These people, believe me, they're doing the best they can. I think it's great, but it's not tough for them. We make it easy for them because we telegraph to them what we want to do. We all come here. We want to buy this.
Right.
We want to do
That's
this.
the
We
other-
have all the money. We don't give a damn. It's somebody else's money. We'll pay whatever you need. Let's do it now. I'll pay more than the appraised value, but I will not grossly overpay to the point when I'm taking advantage of. That's all.
I understand
And I don't.
that, and I understand the
If you don't have both
frustration.
lots and you have one lot, you still can move forward. And they don't have to be these lots. I'm all for the park. I'm all for Steve going around there. I love to help Steve do things, but as I told him before when he did these things, Steve, you got to bring a decent price. Steve just went there and got the price, and he did the best he could because the people weren't anxious to sell, and they know we're anxious to buy.
Well, I guess part of that is, and if you look at the numbers, and we could talk about this, you know, we're talking about resiliency here, and we're talking about putting a stormwater pump in there. And you may be able to correct this, as I understand it, for a linear foot of forced main, it's about $300 per foot. Is that about right?
I don't know. I don't know what size main, on 10 inch, 12 inch,
So the
24
next
inch?
closest
Know what you're
space, as I
talking
understand, I talked to Jake about this, the next closest space, the next closest is about 1,200 feet away. So you're talking right there, right off you're talking $360,000 of extra cost to us.
Assuming you don't buy anything else on Harbor Drive, right?
That's correct.
Well, are there any houses on Harbor Drive for sale?
But you're talking about a much higher, you're not talking about two contiguous
You
lots.
don't need two for the pump, do you?
No, but
So-
you're getting a better value. Okay, well, I
I
mean, I
mean,
guess I see the
I mean,
value
you're
in buying
trying-
these
You're
two
trying to
contiguous.
justify overpayment.
May I?
You can go around and find different
Hold
ways
on,
to
but,
do it.
but I'm just trying to explain to you why I think it's
That's
a
fine.
value. You've got two lots that are together. You make a large park. It is the passive park that people want. It adds to, it assists us in our insurance ratings because what is it, CFR?
CSR.
Sorry, what is it? CRS, apologies. I mean, assist with the flood rating. It does a lot of things for us. It's not just buying land. And I understand your frustration with the cost, and I would love for them to have not known and maybe have dropped their prices. They didn't. We are paying a bit of a premium on this, but I think it's worth it for us as a community to make this investment with the money, and it's not $8 million. I mean, I don't know where Barry got that number, but we've got the money. It has to be
Double
used
four
for,
is
what's that?
Double four is 8.
Okay, but we have to, that money's for open space. This is, we have a hardworking community, board that has come to us, has given us, I think it's a tremendous opportunity because it suits a number of our needs. And I think we should be moving forward with this.
Basically, it reminds me of the Dade County school system. When Eddie Easton and I got involved with the Dade County School System for the oversight. They would go out and buy land, and what they would do is they send out people like Steve, but they weren't dedicated like Steve, and they would go, Mr. we need your land for a school. Would you sell it? The guy says, sure, I'll sell it for X amount of dollars. They come back to the school board, like to our council, and say, hey, we're going to buy this thing for this amount of money. And so we all vote, well, let's do it. And then they would go back, and the guy said, well, no, I don't want 60,000 an acre. No, I want 90,000 an acre. They come back to the school board, and the school board says, okay, fine. So what we're doing, the way we're doing it, in other words, one of the reasons we pay too much, or people ask too much for us, is the way we approach buying it. You can't telegraph going forward, if this is what we're going to do now, that people are going to know that we are the buyers. It can't be Steve, because everybody knows Steve. Okay? Everybody loves Steve. Don't get me wrong. Everybody loves Steve. Everybody knows how hardworking he is, how dedicated he is. But it can't be Steve going to approach people to buy things. That's all. He can tell other people to do it, but he can't do it because else the price goes right up.
Councilmember Laredo.
You know, I'm a stickler for process, and let me just start by saying I echo her previous comments in the support. And there was one particular point that she made, and it got lost in the conversation, that we no longer will take this path of private sector people negotiating for us. So I tried to interrupt you because if you recall at our last meeting, we specifically said henceforth, all the communications is with the manager. So it is not about Steve, who we all love, and the community loves him, and it's great, and he brought us a good deal. But if we got to stop going back and forth on things that we said at the last meeting, and now, we engage in him as he is the seller. He's not. So let's just, don't comment. Let me just say, no, because now I'm going to take issue with some of your stuff. First of all, the appraisals, you talk about appraisals, you know that I've been for 20-some years in bank boards and loan committees, savings and loans and commercial banks. And appraisals, folks, are an educated guess of value. And if you don't need to spend too much time. Look what happened in 2008, 2009 in the economy of the United States. It all collapsed because they had appraisals that were worthless. So, don't tell me about appraisals as a fixed scientific bar that we cannot waver. Second of all, Ed, and you know that to be true. Second of all, this is two properties that are together. The differences in money, as I understand, precisely because there's too many people involved, information and people get confused. But we're talking about one property, and by the way, you have to understand and separate an appraisal, the value of the land versus the improvements. Of course, it's going to be lower with the property, I forgot what number it is, because it's a very old home, which, by the way, on the other side, it means a very low demolition cost. Very low demolition cost versus the other house, which is, quote, within appraisal, which is going to cost us a lot of money to demolish. And we have an architect who knows that house is not very old. So the numbers really are very close. The appraisal that I understand is the asking price of 1.85 versus an appraisal of about 1.6 is within $200,000, right? $200,000 difference for a unique positioning of two properties that we can use both in the way it's located and all the other ancillary values that we can get. And folks, this is an investment. This is an investment. We're not looking here, Ed, as a developer, or I as a banker, to make a profit on it. We have to make, as the valuable and courageous predecessors of ours did in buying the Village Green. And now, if you were to commercialize it, it would be a lot worse. So this is a decision. These are not easy. They're not easy, but this is where you actually bet on the future. And buying green land, hardcore parkland, is a very good investment. And I am very strongly for this thing. I think, obviously, I would like to get it better, but the realities are the realities, and I think this is something that most reasonable taxpayers would see favorably. So I support this strongly.
Councilmember Petros.
So you brought up a point that I want to apologize to our manager, because when we sat in our briefing today, I told her she would be the person that would present this information to us before I started speaking. And I spoke first after Steve. So I would like to give you the floor to talk about what you have done, because you've done a lot since our last meeting, and you have taken leadership on this. And I'd like you to tell us and tell your story.
Yes, so thank you. We definitely spent a lot of time on this. I worked with many of the council members to look at creative ways, including bargain sales and tax implications, and many ideas that came up. We've met with the realtors at least twice. We've had hours of conversations. Ultimately, we ended up directly speaking with the seller on 571, who is a lovely gentleman in Peru, and we also are speaking directly with the folks from 599, both in person several times as well as on the phone. And I would say that Dr. Simon has been an advisor, because when he goes in on a project, it is typically pretty well cooked by the time it is delivered to the village. So, I'm thankful for all the work that had been done, and I'm also thankful for, Todd. Todd and I spent a lot of time, and I appreciate the position of the sellers as well. We've done the best that we can, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on it.
Do you have anything to add on the resiliency advantages that we haven't touched upon?
I think you guys pretty much covered it in the memo. We called out, a lot of the benefits. I did spend some time. There was an article that came out in the Herald regarding a grant that North Miami was awarded. So we invited their planning staff over, the planning director over, to talk to us about what they did, why they did it, what they learned from the process. So as we, assuming this moves forward, the next step, we actually ran some preliminary numbers on what the cost estimate would be to demolish the site. When we looked at leveraging rental income, at first it seemed like a good idea to get the price down. But when we reflected more deeply on it, I don't think it aligned with the intent of the council, which was to quickly turn around open space. So our goal would be that, upon closing, I've worked with the village attorney on revising some of the numbers in the ordinance so that it can move. The contracts are pretty standard FAR-BAR contracts. We're happy with the language there. The language is clear on the addendums, and we have the cost estimate. So basically the game plan would be shortly after closing, we'd be able to clear the site and just as a first pass, just remove the pavement, resod, and start enjoying that open space.
And how much time would that take?
The closing right now is scheduled for mid-January, so between now and then, we can mobilize the resources and get an award in front of council to do the demo work. So within, a few days of closing, I don't see a reason why we couldn't move. We do have a tenant that's in one of the properties, so their lease is up on December 15th, and closing is a month after, so we should be fine, and the other property is vacant.
Last question, Chad, could you please clarify for people the restricted funds that are not available for a 7-0 vote for council within our land trust, and why that is?
So when the Oceana property was developed, the developer entered into a voluntary covenant where they proffered to donate to the village $7 million for the acquisition of open space and $1.5 million for the community center. Those funds were effectively used to start the land acquisition trust fund that we have. Those funds are restricted per that covenant and cannot be used for any other purpose from which they are stated.
Even if we vote 7-0?
Even if you vote 7-0. Right. That's separate and distinct from our ordinance, which provides you that 7-0 ability.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Do we know how much that is?
Yes, so staff, we pulled the restrictive covenant and studied it. We looked through our system to see what the numbers were. Of the $7 million in 2016, the 401 land acquisition cost is about $2.1 million. So the fund balance is about $7.5 million now, of which $5.9 million still falls under that restriction.
4.9.
5.891. So it was 7 million, and then 1 million did not have the same level restriction. So there were
okay, so 1 point, okay.
there are two buckets. There was 7 million, and then there was a separate 1.5 million that was related to the community center.
So, can I?
Go ahead.
So I am in support of this project, especially because of how it has evolved into this resiliency project in addition to open space and a park. But I do want to say that if I have any hesitation, it's that I can see on the horizon a few other opportunities within our village that I think are potentially equally or even more amazing. And while I do not think that means that we shouldn't proceed with a good project that's in front of us and will provide really good long-term resiliency as well as enjoyment for residents, I just want to sort of put out there the idea, while we're not voting on funding now, but to put out the thought of financing this property and using the land trust to service the debt in order to maintain the ability to move on other opportunities if they do come up, and also just to say that if this is something we want to do and we want to move forward, that we stay strong in our beliefs of the reasons why and don't get sort of gun shy if another one comes up quickly.
So I'm sorry, you want to try and.
Just want to throw out the possibility that when we decide how we're going to fund it.
Well, the problem would be we'd have, because when are we supposed to close on this?
You can finance it afterwards. Don't have to finance it.
Okay.
Well, we were just talking about that because 571 has a closing date of January 13th, 2020, but 599 has a closing date of November 15th, 2019.
Yeah, but we can get.
So we need to just go back to them and either we're going to try to close at the same time if you guys proceed, or.
Well, we could finance. We've got time to get financing in place.
And you could also do it after the fact too.
Yeah.
Yes, but we do have time. Okay. Let's call the question.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember London?
You know, I listened to you, Luis, and you're the man who's always going to save money, don't want to spend taxpayers' money. You talk about appraisals, you talk about your experience in banks and boards and everything else, and then you quote an appraisal here, and you say it's like $200,000. This is strictly CYA, because I gave you the information. You can see he didn't use the other things. So if you want to spend the money, say to yourself, fine, I'm going to spend an extra $500,000, but don't cover yourself and say I'm only spending $200,000. The guy's going to save the village all this money. I'm really disappointed in you. That's it.
It doesn't merit an answer, Mr. London.
Good.
So
Because you don't have a good one.
Let's call the question.
Wait 1 second. I want to be clear. So on the 571 Harbor Drive, the village is agreeing to purchase that property at $2,182,500. On the 599 Harbor Drive, it's $1,850,000. Just want to make that clear for the record, and that's the motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the motion was seconded by, I apologize.
I second it. I think the motion to
purchase.
approve, yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Now, if I may, roll call.
Congratulations, Steve.
Wait, hold on.
Just a roll call on the actual ordinance. That was an amendment to the ordinance, is that correct? Yes.
Fine.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes. What are we voting on?
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
The actual legal.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Definitely not.
Vice Mayor McCormick?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. Next item, under reports and recommendations, I apologize, it's 9 o'clock. If we may please go to the village manager's report. Communications program. Madam Manager.
Yes. So clearly, we have a communications challenge that we need to overcome. So at the second budget hearing, the council authorized the $175,000 for the program at large. We want to set and meet an expectation on the receiving end of information, that information will be coming out regularly, routinely, and folks will understand, and we won't find ourselves, just in today, the water quality, the parks, safe routes to school, the stormwater improvements, community center expansion, beautification projects. I think, we see that we've got some major projects coming up that we need to be very sensitive to. We also need to improve our communication so that we can elevate the level of trust that the community has with us and in us and what we're doing. We don't currently have the infrastructure in place to have an ongoing program that is reliable and consistent. We need to fortify our brand and have a cohesive branding strategy. And in order to do that, we need someone to coordinate these messages and to coordinate these outlets and develop and implement an effective communication strategy. In order to do that, we need to fill a vacancy, to reflect on the job ad that had been posted, included a salary range of 70 to 100,000. We would hire commensurate with the individual's experience and qualifications.
What was the salary?
70 to 100 was the range. Right now, the village historically, since 2015, in 2015, we spent $138,000 on communications, and the number has fluctuated, but on average, there's some years it went as over 200,000, and the average over the last 5 years was about 140,000. So even at the top end of the salary range, which we don't anticipate bringing somebody in at the top end, to fill this vacancy, we're actually doing this at a savings with an enhanced level of service. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We can walk through the specific program and what we're thinking. Obviously, this communications expert would be needed to help us design a proper program because that's where we're struggling.
I'd like to see something in writing that we can go over. I'm not going to have a discussion right now. I mean, have you got anything in writing that we can go through?
So I didn't want to confuse things by recreating anything. So in the first budget hearing, based on the workshop, sorry, I still have my 571 material out. Based on the
because I'd be willing, I want to have a debate about that. I want to have a discussion as a group and go through all of that and then make our understanding as to what we,
about the elements of the program
about
or
the whole program, yeah. I think
Okay, so I think what's challenging for us is that we're clearly not doing well in this area. And the reason why we're seeking somebody in-house to perform these functions is because we haven't mastered this.
Well, why don't we start with what have we been doing to date? I think that's, and anybody can add in, but my thinking would be provide what we've been doing to date, where you see the deficiencies at, and where you think somebody would fill in, how they would fill in, and then I think we can then add to the substance of that conversation and provide our own input. But I mean, again, this is me speaking, but I would want to see something in paper that I can review and then I can really think it through, talk to people I know who are in communications, and then come back and say, well, this is what others are doing. As compared to what we're doing or what we're proposing to do, this is what others are doing, and this is how I think we should move.
Can I speak?
Of course.
Okay.
No.
I have a couple questions. If I heard her correctly, I think she would like to hire an individual that then would create a program.
Right.
So are we looking as a council to determine what the program should be?
I think I would like to know what we're talking about. Yes, that's kind of one of my points. That
Because
was my point at the
we
budget.
do know that we had a contract person who is no longer working in the village, and we have a void. And
I understand that. I get
even when everything was fully staffed, we had deficits that we were concerned about.
Absolutely.
And we've also had problems defining who should be responsible for which communication.
Correct.
And if we take too long, we can't rectify things. So I'd like to figure out how to be able to advance and give some direction. And people have already been interviewed for a specific position.
I understand that, but I would like to have I want us to have input on what this position is and how it goes. And I would like to, I like to have things in writing so that I can discuss them and get ideas. So I can come back and I'm not offering anything here of any value to you by sitting here saying, well, this is what I think, when I haven't spoken to anybody who does the job. You know what I mean? Like, I think we as a body, I'd like to see what you're proposing, take that proposal, and then go out. I know what you're saying, that we may not know everything, but we know what we have done. We do know
Well, I
some of
think-
the voids.
I think we know what we're not communicating to our constituents, and we know where there's, we heard a lot of misinformation in public comments today.
Right.
Now, some of that is our fault, and some of it is
Well, some
not.
of
We
it is
can't
other people
control
putting out
messages
misinformation. That's
that other people are putting out there. So I don't think that we should be taking full responsibility. But I also want to clearly define what our role as a council is and what we defer to our manager and allow her to competently do, given our direction.
I have, I think on the very first meeting, been advocating for this, and I am not afraid, quite the contrary, to change my mind. And now I come full circle. First of all, we wasted 10 months during a time of incredible controversy. I think, first of all, let me just echo that I agree with you. I'd like to see something in writing instead of these last-minute things. I'd like to look at the job descriptions, which you so wisely did when you put us on a discipline to evaluate the 3 people we control and see where that responsibility may already be there. Because when you just said it's our fault, I would exclude you, me, and us 7. They are professionals. They're professionals. We're volunteers who are supposed to work on communications. And at least one council member has been saying, we got a problem. So I am now, we can talk about it another day, but this $35 million company has got, correct me because I remember my notes, it's got about 40 people or more making over $100,000. And, this is how you get into trouble. And so we're thinking now of going out. We seem to be bringing people from the outside all the time. That takes them about a year to figure out Key Biscayne. I am now really focused on who in the job description that they apply for their jobs is communications, and there's some clear, and then go from there to see why are we failing, not us failing, but the people that we pay to administer, because that's an inherent part of management, to be able to communicate. I mean, today's misinformation is nobody else's fault but the way we put out the thing. There are some very intelligent people thinking it was $1.8 million. It's not your fault, my fault. We already crossed that bridge 3 months ago. It's 1.2. Well, how did it get on there? Well, it's on the agenda. They look at the agenda. So I think we have a bigger problem than just bringing somebody in. And we need to get more buck or bang for our bucks in the people we have here. That's my view now. So I've come fully around to, although I think your approach is a good one, to now I'm ready to hear, now you're telling me they're interviewing. They're interviewing and we haven't even got.
Because we sort of changed direction
on
what we had asked.
But
So
it's
I
not
think we
normal.
need to give clear direction on what we
And
want.
that's exactly what I want to do, is give clear direction, but I would like to see what the thoughts are. I like to have things in writing so that I can talk to other people and get input and then come back.
And it's
give-
perfectly fine to say we made a mistake. I made a mistake. And perhaps we should go back to some of the stuff that we're doing before and have somebody else. But I have a feeling that there are people who have in their job description that responsibility, and we need to look at that. So that's how I feel today. I'm sure you're not looking for an approval for this at this time.
Well, so, I mean, I think that we recognize there's a problem, and I think the longer we wait, we don't want it to get worse. I mean, I think Jenny and I have worked together on this, and I think, Madam Clerk, if you would kindly share as the Communications Director what role you have been playing, what you're able to do, and what you think this program would supplement for you.
The role that I have been playing is I've been playing the communications role on behalf of the council. So if there's something that's discussed amongst the council at a council meeting, if there is to or from messages, if you will, from council members to distribute, I also do that as well. I communicate all board vacancy ads, and that's as of late. I collect the applications, and I place the items on the agenda. That's pretty much all I do in regards to communications.
Meeting minutes.
Well, But I wouldn't say that that's communications. That's more of a city clerk function. Providing meeting minutes for council meetings or any meetings of the council, or noticing meetings, whether it's a sunshine meeting or an executive session, or if more than one council member is attending a event. But that's a village clerk function. Communications, and I also act in a communications role for emergency events.
Yeah, that's a big one.
And and again, if there is a communications officer in place, I may no longer serve in that role because we never had an in-house communications officer, if that's the will of the council to go and hire a full-time position. So it's.
But Jennifer, before we go any further, I don't know what your answer is. I wasn't implying you particularly. I mean, I think across the board, we need to know each department head has a communication component. And every entity I've been in, public and private, it's not you and I think those things are underserved. Partially, I can tell you with common sense. One lady earlier today said, if we keep your common sense, we got to get people out of this building to see our community. It takes volunteers to show us pictures of things that are falling apart. So it's not we're going to hire somebody up to $100,000 who is probably going to come from somewhere else and figure out Key Biscayne. So please don't feel defensive. I think we need to do a system-wide analysis of what we're paying and who is responsible, and fill the vacuums and clarify some things and make your job better and their job better. So I think that we need more information.
Prepared to give more information.
You want to jump in first? Councilmember London? Sorry.
We're assuming we have a problem. That's the first thing. Do we really have a problem? And the reason I bring that up, was last year sometime, it was a controversial thing. Everybody was all upset about this. And Jenny advertised in the paper, and it was broadcast all over, and everybody talked about it. And Ed and Cecil, of course, came to the meeting, and about 2 or 3 other people. So we communicated by the, what's it called, our website. We communicated by saying this is going to be the agenda. We communicated by the newspaper. We communicated every which way except knocking on doors. And it was an item supposedly everybody was really concerned about, and nobody showed up. So did we not communicate, or we didn't have a communication director? He did a great job. By the same token, people just didn't want to come. People tonight who said $1.8 million, the people, they saw $1.8 million because the chat said $1.8 million. The same people all listened to that same chat. They all had the agenda, but they didn't look at the agenda to see what it was on the agenda. They didn't look at the thing else they wouldn't have said $1.8 million. So you can't get people to do things they don't want to do. If they want to say, okay, it's going to be $1.8 million, they're going to come with $1.8 million. They're not looking for the facts. You can say, how are you going to spoon feed things to people if they're not interested in looking to them? They had the information, they had an agenda, they had the tabs, they could have looked at it all, but they weren't interested. That's all. So I don't know what we're really going to accomplish or how much more we're going to accomplish with communication. Maybe we will. But I'm sort of wondering that people really just aren't interested.
Well, and I think the lack of the clarity on what the council's expectation are has been hard on us to meet the expectation because, it's been difficult to understand, do we have a problem? Do we not have a problem? What is the extent? Like, one goal that I have is that every resident in the community we have a direct line of communication with them in the way they want to be communicated with. So the example we've been using is if there's a mom with a 9-year-old child, that mom would be aware of every opportunity that would fit that 9-year-old child. If there's a senior citizen who has certain interests and hobbies, that we would design a program that would really allow us to communicate directly and engage those folks on the opportunities and what we're doing that they're interested in. So one thing that we kind of looked at is what we're currently doing. We have a Facebook page.
Because I want to make sure we understand each other. That is fine. Every time it says getting council's direction, I mean, this is physically a small community. It is very difficult to get disconnected. Today I had to bring somebody, the people are responding well, that had a problem I couldn't get anywhere. We are, as an administration, we've inherited some things that are very isolated. This is not the communications part about New York City or even the city of Miami. We're a very homogeneous community. You can walk this community every day. And I really believe, and I hate to come around to Ed London's, because I was on there, I came 100% against it. I think we need to do better. I think the manager needs to do better. I need the departments that need to do better. Some department heads do better.
So
and
then
it's very simple. I don't need a PowerPoint. All of us go to events. There are committee meetings of citizens. You can go to all the wonderful events of the doers here, and you get a sense of what's going on.
So
it seems to me that there is like we're supposed to be telling you what's happening, not you personally, but the administration, what is happening. I now feel firmly that we have, as an administration, have failed to communicate. In essence, to not know our customers, which is the kiss of death of a company. And so these communications things happen because of that. And of course, I agree. There is a group, and you saw them tonight, the disinformation squad that actually on the library, by the way, Mayor, I controlled myself.
I know you did. I appreciate
I mean, because the lies were just flying all over the place. I had to, and all from deference to Tina,
We
control
just have
myself.
too many things going on.
I know, I
didn't feel
appreciate it,
was,
but you saw that there was just
We all
plain.
felt it.
Right, 2 and 2 is 4. It's not 6. So I just want you to, I know PowerPoints are important, job descriptions are important, but
So I'm seeking direction because at the budget hearing, I was told don't proceed. So we need to, let me do my job and authorize the 175 and proceed, or
No, what
provide
I'd like to see
direction.
before we do the authorization is I would like to see a written proposal of what you want to do moving forward. That's, I think, what I'm looking for. I think that's.
So we did a gap analysis, which is basically we look at what we're currently doing and what we're intending to do based on the knowledge and skills and abilities that we have.
If you want to send it to me, and I hate to interrupt, but if you want to give us this information for the next meeting, I'm happy to do my due diligence and kind of do my personal review. I'm not comfortable, frankly, saying, yes, right now, at this point, we're going to do this. I want to review it. I want to look at the information. I mean, you have
Are
this
we
information.
then comfortable acknowledging then we're not, I mean, we can't
we're still
get much
waiting.
better?
We're still waiting on the information.
No. You shouldn't be comfortable as our CEO we do have a communications problem.
Agree.
The question is, whose responsibility is that, and how to administer the limited resources of this village and the limited size of this village, which defines the job. Don't get me comparable from anywhere else, to see how you can arrange the resources you already have to address this problem. Or, as the mayor suggesting, gave us an alternative that has to have numbers. You already gave me a job description, which I haven't seen. People are being interviewed, and you have a salary range.
But is the
Which is
council's
okay, I'm not
expectation that
criticizing.
every job be reviewed by council with regard to what?
A communications program you want us to put together, my expectation is that we will review that. That's what we discussed at the budget hearing, and that's what I would like to see. I would like to see the
If
program.
you don't have an expert in the team to develop that for us, how,
Well,
we're
but then,
kind of going
okay,
in
so then let's move
circles here.
forward. What you do have, I don't have, I mean, I'd like to see what you have. What are you contemplating? There's got to be some sort of game plan written out, right?
Right, so it was presented in both hearings, and now I'm trying a different approach with the gap analysis, so.
But if you don't, manager, we are
I
volunteers.
appreciate that you did this, but in fairness to us, there's absolutely no way that I can even see it, let alone digest it. And which, it may be amazing and it may help all of us collectively get to where we need to go, but to Mayor Davies' point, it would be helpful to see it
and have time to digest it.
And read it.
What about if we take a step back a minute and think about the idea of asking our manager to communicate what this communication program would entail? I mean, one of the things that I would very much like to see us do is to update our website and to increase functionality on all these different issues. And how that gets done, I don't know, but that's where I could see our communications programs dealing with that, and that would be something that could happen in a defined period of time.
And how do we get to the point where we had a contracted communications person? I mean, we have taken steps on this, so let's expand upon that. Let's say, okay, what was working about that contracted person, what wasn't working, and how do we build upon that? And then
I can tell you from my perception, what was working was we were getting information out in the accepted channels that have evolved over time within our community. But I think that it needs someone to step back and look at what current standards are outside of our community and how we can basically update ourselves, because our website is outdated and it lacks functionality and it's difficult to use. And I think also things like automating different systems within our village is another important part. But we're deviating from the communication of getting a message out to the community. And so this is the challenge of communication, is it's so many different arms.
Like, what are the arms? Tell me everything that we're talking about doing. Give me a plan. Give me a plan, and I'm happy to review that plan. I'll go to people who are in communications. I'll be able to give my input. I mean, I think there are people out there, like to Councilmember Laredo's point, we've got multitudes of people in this community
Yes, sir.
who can do communications. Yes, so I'm happy to go out. Give me what you're thinking about doing. It can be an outline. It can be functions we've done and functions we're talking about, where we think we're missing, that we've talked about, that's all up there. And then we can each kind of do our own, okay, let's talk to people. Let's come back. Let's sit down at the next meeting and have a conversation about things that we've been able to review. But just having sort of a discussion about things that we've talked about a while back, I don't feel like I'm not willing to move anything forward. I want to see written paper. I like things in front of me, and I like to be able to.
So we have two things right now. I would ask both the clerk and the manager, are we currently able to keep the standard that we have had in the past, given that we're down a person right now? So how do we fill that gap in the interim while we're coming with this more holistic approach?
How did that gap occur?
Because somebody left the contract position.
Was she terminated, or was she? What,
she left.
She
left.
So bring in somebody on a contract basis.
Can I?
Well, I just had a quick question about that on the contract basis. Are we for sure that we want to be hiring somebody full-time and not going through the contract side like we had in the past?
So the way that we put this out was for either opportunity. So we ran it through HR as well as through procurement to see if there were entities that wanted to engage in this work or if there were individuals. We had mostly individuals that applied. We went through 3 levels of review. We received about 35 applications, highly qualified applicant pool. About 10 or 12 met the minimum quals. There was a group of staff members that did the first round of interviews, narrowed down to 3 candidates, and then the chiefs did the second round of interviews and came forth with a single top-ranked candidate. I can say the top-ranked candidate has since declined to participate, and she has gone a different route. She's not interested in this job. I think she took another opportunity. So right now we're in a position where we have the second most qualified candidate based on the process that we went through. We can approach her and see if she's interested in joining us on a contract basis to help us develop the strategy and move forward, at least on the interim.
I guess I was just talking about, in the interim, we do this contract, whatever we had in a contract position, use that as the stopgap until we develop the entire plan.
What was that role?
We can put together the
specifically,
plan
I think.
in the
That's the
contract.
question. What was that role that was vacated? I mean, it was not this whole
No.
idea of a
Most of the stuff
program.
we weren't doing. It was just.
But what
what
were her duties?
So she basically posted routine material to the website. When she received a response from the Constant Contact Communications, she would route them to the department.
And she create content for, like,
Yes. Created some content.
text
Yeah.
blasts and things like that.
She did the alerts? as
Yes.
Well,
Initially, she was doing the
constant-
alerts, then
Okay.
she did constant contact, then we trained the dispatchers and PD to be able to do the Everbridge alerts because those are more immediate in nature. So when there's an emergency event, those can either go through, they can go through dispatch, per any of the department heads. So for example, if there's a water main break that Public Works, they can go straight to dispatch and get, we have a standard 140 characters, we can get them out. The same in public safety. So there's some simple emergency level protocols that we have in place, but there isn't a coordinated strategy that has standard operating procedures that basically highlights and showcases what we're doing well, is monitoring the chats, monitoring the information that's out there, and proactively addressing any misinformation in a conscious, coordinated, standardized way. And that's what we're hoping to get to.
Mr. Mossa, your question was not answered. I think personally, and I sort of apologize to my colleagues because I started pushing on this. Obviously, we have to also remember that it was at the beginning, and we got sworn in the middle of, and so, but here it is 12 months later. And so, that's a golden rule about public life. You hire somebody and all of a sudden it's pretty, you have an empty chair and it gets filled, and then they need an assistant, and then they need a secretary. And so I think what the mayor is suggesting, I can paraphrase, is I personally, since I got you into this, like to take a pause and reevaluate. I have done a lot already. I mean, all of us, to see what it is and to look inside to see if we can do better from the resources we have, and also give us what you suggest the plan is. And not at the big deal. This, again, I keep pounding on it. One, is a small community. B, it has an incredible added value to have somebody local, because every time we bring somebody in, particularly in communication, trying to figure out today, we were paying 1 year's salary just for them to catch up. So I think we should kind of, and answer your question, maybe that we'll go back to a better outsourcing thing, very specific.
The manager could do an outsource now just to fill the void while we're trying to figure this out, because there is a void there, you're saying, right? And have you also looked at somebody from Key Biscayne as,
there were some residents who applied, yes, and there was
there could be a large value to that, right? Somebody who knows the community, knows the people, knows what, I was wondering how you value that.
I think there's a huge value there. And what I would see as our biggest deficiency, the most glaring one that creates I think the most frustration in the community, is when we have conversations that take place in chats, love them, leave them, they're here, that's where people are getting their information. And in the absence of any real information, there is a void there that someone will fill. And we saw it tonight, and we saw well-meaning people very upset because they didn't have the facts as they should have. And so I think that I shared with the manager that it was a priority for me. I thought it was really a good idea to have somebody from within the community, because they know how to get to the people the right way. Like your goal of wanting to reach each resident the way they want to be communicated with, I think is much easier when you do it from someone within the community, someone with connections to the different churches, or a friend in this one, or they're also just more. The biggest void I think I see is when these little fears percolate, and then the void of information gets filled very, very quickly. If we have someone from within our community, they're tapped into it. They know, they heard it on the soccer field, or they got it in Winn-Dixie, and then we can address it and really let people know the information that they need to know. So those were my two things that I do feel I want to make sure that we have someone in place that has their pulse on the community and also has a good understanding, they're well connected within the staff, so that they're able to get the facts quickly and respond.
Mike?
Yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion that, listening to what Mike said, that you prepare this plan, this program, the expectations of what these people are, the candidates, and what you want to do. Send it all to us. We can review it and then vote on it on the next meeting.
Right.
Rather than just, you have an idea what they're saying, what they want to do, and what they're expecting, which means more information in a written form rather than a verbal form. Is that consensus?
It's a consensus.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, fine, let's do it then.
Appreciate that.
And in the meantime, we'll allow
Got
Two
two
more
more.
weeks. You got 2 more weeks, and then I mean, we've, you know.
But we have to recognize, guys, we have to recognize that if we were able to do this, we would have already done it.
Done what?
Designed a communications program and the infrastructure to better handle what's happening.
Can I make a suggestion though? Can I make
want the results. You want what you want to
Just kidding.
Can I
I think we ought to
Can I
end
make
this
a suggestion?
conversation, Manager, because
make a
you're getting more and more into, I mean, it's incumbent on the definition and of an organization and private or public, including department. And we have exemplary directors of departments, some are sitting here, who have great communications. You may disagree with them, but they are, you know, boots on the ground, as we said in the military. I just find that people, you know, are just so disconnected. And so when you say in the meantime, it brings up all my fears. What do you mean in the meantime? In the meantime, you got to do better tomorrow. You mean the whole administration, as we look for a permanent solution. And it's perfectly fine for me and all of us to change our mind, because we are out there. And I can tell you, because they brought up the issues, they went through the budget, issue another position for about $100,000, we're going to have to run for our lives.
Okay,
And so I think your motion, if it's a motion, I second, and it's a good sound one.
It's not really, it's direction.
It's direction.
To the manager. Come back, get us something for the next in writing. I mean, it may be as simple as taking what you've given us in this thing with an expansion of what you're talking about in terms of how much is the position, salary range and all that. Just give me something I can work with. I just like to have something in writing so I can go through it. That's what I like. You know, if this is, that's where I am. So is there any disagreement on the direction?
No, sir.
I have a question, though, to perhaps try to make this a little easier on the manager, who seems to have already tried to do this and feels frustrated, I'm sensing. So do you feel at the end of this conversation that you have an idea of where we see specific deficiencies, or no?
I do, and I feel that there's a candidate that folks maybe have in mind, and we're kind of scooting around things. And so I would ask that over the next week, as I prepare this material, give me your feedback, talk to me intimately, share with me. I've had that opportunity with some of you, but not with everybody. So.
Good. Okay. I mean, I mean, I'll give you my thoughts, but I want something to work with. I don't have thoughts on a specific candidate.
You're right, because I don't understand you. Forgive me, I'm having a hard time with my knee and stuff. You're not to hire anybody.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
But this strikes me as the kind of thing that you identify what, in addition to what the other person already did, you identify what we're not doing that we want done and sort of work backwards.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that you feel like you've gotten that from us, what it is that we feel like is missing that we would like to see.
I don't understand what we want to see, to be honest.
No, but I think we're all different. It is a real issue for me that I want to have someone who's ready to, and I'm going to call out the chiefs because they do this well. And the one I can think, you both are amazing, but the example I'll think of is Chief Press. When you see in the Key Biscayne pedestrian and something safety chat, when people have a question, what is this, he gets right in there and he gives the facts and the information. It's super quick. It's not it doesn't strike me as a laborious back and forth. It's like you probably get 100 thanks, chiefs, but that works, and I would like to see us be able to do that on a bigger scale.
I guess the thing that just listening to all of us, some of us have said we don't want another employee. We want to see it dispersed throughout the organization the way it is. And then others of us have said we see it that ideally we'd like a new employee who, again, ideally would be within our community that would come in and be hired. So we're still giving multiple options here.
I think Mike and I are saying, at least, we don't know. Should we have another employee, or should we done another way? What does Andrea say? She'll tell us what she thinks and what she expects to accomplish with the employee. Then we can look at that and make a decision. That's all.
So if I understand it correctly, what we're saying is that we would like our manager to come back with the things that she would like to see happen with communication as improvement, and how that's going to be done, whether it's with an employee or whether it's spread throughout the
Or she
organization.
has somebody right now who she thinks is good to do it, great. And then and do it before the meeting. She'll talk to each one of us, so we don't waste a lot of time. She'll get a consensus of going forward at the meeting. She'll make the presentation and move on.
Do you feel like, do you have any questions that you want to ask us before we leave this topic?
No.
Okay.
And Manager, I just want to put it for the record, I don't know who the candidates are. I've never met any of them, so I know that there might be some that are Key Biscayne residents, but I think it's a plus. That's it. But if it's up to, it's your decision.
Thank you.
Let's go. Next.
Next item, interim chief, CFO, Madam Manager.
So just a quick update, I would like to thank the Munilytics team and Chris Wallace. We onboarded him as an interim CFO on a contract basis so that he could stabilize our finances and help us recruit and onboard a finance director. That process is complete, and we are thanking Chris. He's not here tonight, but thank you for his services, and he'd be available to us on an as-needed basis. And Mr. Benjamin Nussbaum, who is here, is our finance director, and he is fully onboarded. So just wanted to make that announcement.
I'd personally like to thank you for the transition and bringing in Chris. I thought he did an excellent job, and I feel like we've made significant gains in our ability to understand our finances, and that you've put things in place to protect the village. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, Mayor, under reports and recommendations, Mayor and council members, notification of Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for submittal of proposed evaluation and appraisal amendments. Mayor Davey.
Yeah, this was just a real quick, this is from a long, long time. I mean, this is months and months ago, but I guess we haven't sent it out, just to be clear, and we cannot do any amendments to our comprehensive plan without sending this to the Department of Economic Opportunity. Is that correct?
Right. So right now
For our ear.
the village has completed the EAR process, which is the minimum requirements for the comp plan. The consultant has submitted their work product to us. We're reviewing that work product. I think there are opportunities, in particular with regard to resilience and sustainability, that we want to put a little bit more energy and put a little more pressure to take it up a notch, including perhaps introducing additional elements that are above the statutory minimums in the comp plan regarding coastal, more than just the coastal element, which is required. So the next step is within the next few weeks, we'll be providing our initial feedback to the consultant. My plan is to have a working group of a couple individuals from within the staff and within the community who are subject matter experts to review the ideas that we're bringing forth. There still is a public engagement session required as part of the process, and then we will bring forth a recommendation on the comp plan amendment. Right now, there are no applications in the system that require a comp plan amendment, so the fact that the only consequence is not being able to do another comp plan amendment is not an impediment to the village's operations.
Perfect. I just wanted to get that for whatever reason I put that on there. It's been a while, but good to go.
Next item is village rights on placement of satellite towers. Councilman Petros.
I'm going to just step away.
You're representing somebody?
I was.
All right, I brought this forward because we have some residents in Ocean Club that have been adversely impacted by from an aesthetic viewpoint of some satellite towers that were put on lower buildings. And I started to investigate and ask both the manager and our attorney some questions on what are the restrictions within our current codes for placement of satellite towers and antennas. And it sounds like we don't have a lot. There are some things we can do and some things we can't. And I would like to ask that we get some further research from the manager and the attorney on ways that we could hopefully strengthen our code to address this, so that we feel like we're protecting all the residents in the community, and we can try and avoid any unappealing or unintended consequences of things without infringing on individual rights.
When you say satellite, you're talking about cell phone towers?
I believe they're cell phone towers.
Okay,
Yeah.
to the best of my knowledge, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, cell phone towers, when you build a cell phone tower and you're a particular carrier, we'll say you're AT&T, and then all of a sudden Verizon comes along. They're supposed to co-locate on your tower if your tower support them before they build another tower. And you as a tower owner have to let them come. You rent it to them, but they have to come on your tower. So that reduces the number of towers in an area. So that's the only thing I remember from building towers.
This is a
I
particular
used to build
case.
towers.
It may be a particular case, but it's also something that I think could come up in the future.
I think it's a
and-
federal law. It's not a state law or a
Yeah,
local
but what
law.
if I may, because
Yes.
I agree with you that we need to, and you were supposed to have been doing some of this work on the zoning and everything else, but what does it do for them now? And I think we owe them an answer now. From the business point of view, those people who make a lot of money off those towers are amiable to discussing with a manager of an organization about a particular problem. I think we cannot just brush it under the rug and say, well, henceforth, we're going to do better. They are stuck with something that is not good. Whether or not it violated anything else, we need to work on solutions. And I think we have the business people will work with you on solutions.
What you can
It's
do is
one
also-
building only,
I'm sorry.
just one building.
What you can do is regulate it. I know Boca Raton, when there's some cell towers, they actually made the cell tower be hidden, so you didn't realize it was a cell tower. It was disguised. And then there was one cell tower, I remember on University Drive, it was a Holiday Inn or somewhere, I can't remember, no, Hilton. And basically we created a thing with stained glass around it and everything else, so you wouldn't know it was a cell tower to make it, pleasant. Again, I don't know if we have the power to do that, or that can be just a voluntary thing with the thing. I mean, these were towers I was involved with, which they made us do these things.
So is everyone comfortable with the manager and the attorney coming back to give us some recommendations? Do you want to speak at all, Chad, about
I would just
any
say
of
that,
our
yes, those are
conversation?
stealth towers, and they're still commonly done. Ed, I think that we can come back with some solutions. I think the issue here is really an antenna rather than a tower, like from the ground up. But it's the same.
The
same concept.
antenna is very small.
Correct.
On the tower.
But I think what's occurred in the village is that the antennas sometimes are placed on the side of the buildings, and others they're placed on a structure, which makes it a larger.
I think you can regulate the structure. I don't know if you can regulate the freestanding tower.
So we can come back with some recommendations on how to strengthen the code. As far as
For
what
moving
Councilmember, correct. As far as Councilmember Loretto is talking about, I know the village administration and myself are actively still working on that issue, and we hope to have some solutions to that shortly.
To that particular.
Yes.
This is an FCC type thing.
There are federal regulations relating to it. As it relates to the building and our zoning, we do have still some authority, as opposed in our rights of way, which has been taken away from us for the most part. But
Okay. But
just to answer to your
having said
question,
all of that,
and having said that, I think Councilmember Petros is looking prospectively.
Right.
At the same time, we understand your concern and what council members have reached out to us, and we are still addressing the specific issue you're referring to.
Well, just so that I understand, because sometimes I don't understand. We are in communications with the
Yes.
owners. Thank you.
Yes.
And that good business people may come to an accommodation. Okay. Because they need to know that we're doing something
Yes.
for them. I understand.
Next item, water quality, Councilmember Petros.
All right, water quality has been on everybody's minds, and obviously, we're having some serious issues. We don't have control of, there are no borders to our water. But I wanted us to all have a conversation on how we could make a coordinated effort to try and speak to people outside of our community, how we wanted to do that, what's the most effective strategy to try to have an impact to find, number one, the potential source of the problem and what type of resolution. So if I'm throwing it out here for everybody to give me your thoughts.
I mean, the first, and the manager and I have spoken, I think one of the things the manager brought up was first of all, having a workshop, a town hall, just for our own residents, to kind of get them to understand that it's a multitude, as you just said. It's not an easy issue. There's no clear line as to who's to blame on what. We haven't gotten there yet. I have had some good conversations with Dr. Yoder, who's the director of WASD, because I was concerned, frankly, that we're at Barrier Island, but we have a lot of old sewer lines. We have 220 homes on septic still, but we also have older lines. I know that there's been a couple houses north of Heather on the old lines where their galvanized pipes have failed, meaning they're now having to replace their galvanized sewer pipes. So my concern was we need to take steps to evaluate our private homes, our private residents, including the condominiums, to ensure that we are not adding to the problem. So right now, Jake has the information. Apparently, the 40-year certifications, 10-year certifications, or 10-year, whatever they call that, evaluations. And then Jake had a couple of ideas about how we can work on our stuff on this island. The next step is, we've got to start putting pressure, and Commissioner Suarez and I have had this conversation where, there is this consent decree that demands that they have that the outfall is closed off by 2025, and they do all this work on the sewer system, but that's really political pressure. We've got to figure out, and maybe Councilmember Laredo, you've worked over there. We need to figure out how do we get the pressure there, because everybody agrees something's got to be done. My concern is there may not be the political will on the mainland to do what has to be done. It's going to be an expensive proposition. There's 100,000 homes that remain on septic in county of Miami-Dade. All right, 100,000 is 20% of residences in the county remain on septic. That's got to be changed over. They've got to get to sewer. We've got to be working, we're talking about updating our stormwater system. The county's got to do that. And we've got to figure out, how do we filtrate this stuff? How do we stop, what have we had? 75% of the seagrass in the bay has been killed off. Well, that's happening because of all of us. That's not just us, it's the county. But how do we get the county to start taking steps to reduce that? I know they're working on, I know Ken Russell and a few people at the city are very passionate about it. I know Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Cava, candidate Cindy Lerner, they've been very outspoken about trying to get this thing moving forward. We need to figure out how we assist people with the political will to move this along, because we can't, again, it goes to our resiliency issues. We can't just sit back and say, well, it should be done by somebody. We've got to figure out, okay, who has to do it and how do we get them to do it? What is it? There are residents here who are talking about filing a lawsuit against the county about this because they're so frustrated. And I understand their frustration. I think with the consent decree, and the attorney would know better than I don't know how effective a lawsuit would be other than to say, oh yeah, we're making you enforce that consent decree. But we have to figure out, and I'm also welcome to hear ideas
on the council,
so that we can move forward. But I'm reaching out to people. I encourage everybody to reach out to our electeds and reach out to people and talk to them.
Do you think that our focus, I see this as two prongs. One is absolutely getting some recommendations from the village manager on what changes we can make within our community in the next year to try to alleviate the concern that we're adding to the problem. I think the septic issue is huge. And if I remember correctly, everyone's supposed to be off septic in July of next year.
10 years after.
Right.
And so how do we might want to come up with some ideas of how to track that, make sure it happens?
I have some ideas.
Okay.
We are tracking it. We are sending notices
Well,
out.
we've spoken about this. This is no, I mean, again, these are things, we have 12 homes, right? 12 homes in Holiday Colony that are over. On September 10th, they were out of compliance with the 10-year requirement, okay? So my recommendation was, rather than do just a certified letter, we'd have somebody go to these homes. It's 12 homes. I mean, you can walk them. We've all walked doors. You can walk those in an hour, right? Or 2 hours. Somebody could go to those doors, knock on the door, put a certified letter in the mailbox, and also put a door hanger. Unless they're owned by LLCs, then you send it to the registered agent. But you go, you knock on the door, you say, hey, look, you're out of compliance. We're here because we're your neighbors. We're a community. We don't want to turn you over to WASD, or I think it's Durham, correct, that would enforce the liens?
Durham is the enforcement.
So Durham would be the enforcement arm, but we say, look, we're going to give you, and I think we can agree, 45 days to get yourself a plumber and get somebody and connect. Because otherwise, we're going to have to turn this over to Durham, and they're going to enforce it on you. But as long as we've reached out to these people, we've acted as good neighbors to our neighbors, I think that's legitimate for us to then say, well, if you're going to blow us off continuously, because the notice went out, 3 months ago?
We've been sending notices out for years.
Right, but my point is now you're out of compliance, right? You're now, there's no more time. We're giving you 45 days to do this from now or whatever we agree, and then boom, we're turning it over to
But
Durham.
remember,
and-
Durham actually is actively monitoring this, and they sent us the report today of their current status of all the properties that are out of compliance. And what's interesting is that there are folks who are paying the connection charge, but may also be on septic and are getting a bill, so it kind of throws off some of the data. But according to Durham, there are 188 folks that are going to be receiving the notice based on the Environmental Quality Control Board orders. What we've been trying to do over the past several years is work with these folks to let them know they need to comply. We've posted vendors that have done business with the village that are licensed and insured. We've made that list available. I understand some residents have had a tough time getting contractors to do the work. I think folks have been resourceful. Some co-ops are forming where 5-10 residents are getting together and packaging the deal to try to get off. In the briefings going into this meeting, some really great ideas also came up in addition to the notifications that we're doing. One idea was that we can send somebody to the mayor's point of a more intimate sort of final step of this. Although Durham is on their mission, we can't stop them, and I think we all we want this to happen, but we want the folks. We want to be able to help the folks who are struggling. So I think one thing we can do is reach out and get a better understanding of why these folks haven't converted. Is it, I'm on a fixed income? Is it, I didn't know we didn't have the right address? Is it, concerns with being able to get a plumber to do the work? So I think that so part of our action plan was to work intimately with, in these final stages, work intimately with these folks to get them off septic.
Is it a reasonable goal to have that completed by the end of 2020?
The challenge is we're not in control of the private property. So the consequence that these folks would face is that Durham, I believe, would lien their properties. And oftentimes you see in code compliance cases, if folks do not have a will or an ability to comply, they may not comply, accept the lien, and then it just sits there, but you don't achieve compliance. So I think our goal would be, and some council members had some ideas about, is there a will for the village? If there's a hardship, is there a will for the village? And I think, Chad and I have spoken about, there's some legal issues that we have to be aware of, but is there a will for the village to go in and advance this program by converting folks' septics and then assessing them for the cost, so that there would be some out-of-pocket cost initially, but the village would recuperate the cost over time. And the county can, so another idea was that the county can and should do the same thing, that the village shouldn't get in the business of what the county's already doing.
Under the county code, once it expires, they have 90 days grace period, and then the county has the authority to lien and actually specially assess and do it themselves. Now, whether they'll do that, I don't know. The property owner could also seek another extension from the EQCB board. That's an option. So there's a lot of things that may occur, and it's really going to, since Durham's the enforcing agency, the village will work closely with Durham.
As we have been.
Yeah, and that's, I think, on that issue, that's what we can do.
Do we have an ask at the state level? Should we be considering this with legislative priorities?
I think
or is it just county?
I think it's well, here's my problem. I think once the county gets their stuff together and starts moving towards doing this, yes, the state's going to have to get involved, and I think the federal government will have to get involved. This is going to be a huge project, and I think it's critical to Miami that they do it, because look, people aren't going to come here if they can't go in the water. When our beaches are closed more days than they're open, that's not good for tourism. So I think there's going to have to be an effort at the state and federal level. My concern is, do we have the will, the political will in the county to really get this project moving before 2025 when they have to get it moving?
There's one more thing you might want to consider. A good septic system is actually more environmentally sound than a public sewer plant. The problem is a bad septic system. So should our plumbing inspectors be going around, or the regular building inspectors, when they see any problems with it and citing people when the systems aren't working properly on Key Biscayne. So with that, would force the people to do something about it. And rather than fix it, correct it, or anything else, it might be at that point in time they would replace it. I mean, but if good septic system works, there's no problem. The problem is when they don't work.
But is it a problem, is there a problem when the water is raised
Yeah,
up
there's
so
a
high
problem,
and all
there's
that kind of stuff?
percolation, depending on the
won't work.
percolation.
Yeah, I've had
That's what
it.
I'm saying, so there's a problem when certain places, that's all. So, that, and you're exactly right, when groundwater comes up, that's the problem. If there's enough percolation, you got a problem.
And would are we making a goal that we would like to everybody be off the septic by the end of 2020?
Yes.
Is that what our goal is? And that's, working with the county?
That's what our
Okay.
That's, we
So by
already
the end
have
of
that.
2020,
That's
everybody should be off
that
septic.
was what the extension allows for.
Even people who are not in, if there's other properties that are not part of this date, we should make sure that they're hooking up as well,
Again,
right?
yes, but they may petition the county for an extension, which happens. Now, what
Fine.
some communities do is, cities, they actually go to the county and object.
Yeah.
There are communities, I can tell you, like in Pinecrest, they don't have a septic, but they have a water issue because they're on wells for drinking and they're all contaminated, a lot of them, or becoming contaminated. So a lot of times residents are petitioning for an extension to connect to the water lines, and the village is saying, they go to the county and say, we won't support that. So it's kind of a similar issue here, except we're talking about sewer and septic.
I can speak also to the septic. So thankfully, within the village, there are lines available for everybody to connect to. On the residential side, pretty much the southern half of the island that was part of the sewer work that we did several years ago is on newer infrastructure. The older infrastructure that was built back in the 50s and the 60s was done by a private entity and deeded over to WASD. So the standards for which the old system was established were not, there were no standards at that time that WASD didn't exist at that time. So one thing that we've been working with the county on is different techniques to basically evaluate the old sewer infrastructure. So a couple things that we're doing, we have received the ESSC reports, which are basically where there have been leaks or damages and where there have been conflicts, whether it's a contractor, busts a pipe or whatever the situation has been. We have that information both in report as well as graphically, and you can kind of see like hot spots on where those issues have happened. So with that data, we've been working with the county to prioritize a process called televising, where we actually, it's kind of, you take a camera essentially and you run through the pipe, and you can see if there's either infiltration of groundwater or salt water into the system, and the reverse, which would be the exfiltration of the contaminated, the sewer, the septic water into the system. When you have the high tides coming in, the tide will come in. If there is exfiltration and it gets into the groundwater, ultimately that water will land in our stormwater system, and then as the tides flush out, that water goes out into the bay. So that's a theory that we're looking at, and we provided WASD all of the stormwater improvements that we're going to be doing and the roadway improvements and sidewalks, all the projects that we're going to be doing, we're coordinating with them. So whenever there is a road that we've opened up to do a project, that we can look at them advancing their plan to do any repairs or do any work or perhaps put in brand new infrastructure. So they'll have some economies of scale and savings by doing that with us.
How long
Mr.
does
Mayor,
it take?
perhaps in the interest of time, and there's some people who have, this is a great opportunity to have a workshop, because the worst thing, I have a high learning curve, but the worst thing for us is that people don't get what we're doing. And so we're the easiest one to blame. I think that probably you should look at the possibility of doing that, because these are words that are going to get lost. And people, and if they show up, they show up. And then if they don't show up, then we'll tell them. But I think it's a very good opportunity for.
When would you propose doing the workshop? Because I actually appreciate that. I do want to try and schedule. I was thinking the first week in November.
So we talked about
Week in
that
November 4th?
internally. I think if the council is clear on what the objectives of the workshop are now with us, there's enough lead time for us to do it that week.
Let's do it that week. If you can pick, I just need to know, because I've got to go up to Pensacola one day.
So what
2
are
days that week.
our objectives?
Oh, okay. I think to inform, to have WASD come and discuss some of the issues we just talked about, particularly about issues that we do have. We're not just the victims potentially here. We may have to have some issues that we have to address. We have to look into these things. And I think people need to understand that. And I also want them to understand that it's not just the waste treatment plant, right? It's not the outfall that's causing this. it's not necessarily the outfall that's causing this. And I think having Dr. Yoder here to kind of go through some of that would be good. And I would suggest maybe that we get questions from everybody up here. And if you want to talk to people and get those together, get them to the manager and get them to Dr. Yoder so he has some prep time to come in. I mean, does that work?
I think also beyond WASD, I think we should have the people that we've contracted from and give a report on what we have already done. I think it's really important that our residents know that we've been aware that this is a problem and have taken steps to try to identify the source. We committed last February, I think it was, and clearly the problem is getting worse and happening more often, but since that time, we've had 2 different sort of data collections going on from Miami Waterkeeper and University of Miami. And I also wanted to add to Katie's question about should we make this a legislative priority now? I think absolutely yes. We know how long things take, and we have a problem here now. And I think the sooner we start really screaming about it, the more likely we are to have any help come our way.
There's another question, and I don't know if we want to mix the two because they're both big subjects, but the beaches are part of the water quality issues. I don't know if you want to speak about the things that we've been doing to try to go up and get some federal funds.
Want to get into that? Okay.
But secondly,
I'm going
I
up
would
next
like
week,
it.
by the way. Again, I was invited by a group of
Great.
American Flood Coalition. So they're bringing me up to the South Florida mayors. I apologize, that totally slipped my mind. I just realized that's next week. So I'm going up there for 2 days with the South Florida mayors, and I'm reaching out. I reached out to Jim Davenport, our lobbyist again, and he's going to try and get me in where we weren't able to get in last time and see if I can talk to more people about same stuff and see if we can move it. We went up to, I think we talked about going up to Washington. We spoke to the Army Corps of Engineers. We then, Katie and I, Councilmember Petros and I went up to Jacksonville on the 4th, met with the Army Corps of Engineers again. I guess Spencer Crawley just sent that email today that sounded promising. I really only got a chance to cursory look at it, but it sounded like they were accepting what we're trying to do here. Instead of parking, they were taking, am I correct, the freebie in the bus routes? I think that's a great move. That's really positive. But I will say, I was walking the beach Saturday, and these king tides have crushed our beaches. I mean, I was going to say Casa del Mar and the Ocean Club. I mean, it's all the way into the sea grapes, and like I saw PVC piping is now exposed, and that's all along this beach. So I would say, yes, that's a water quality issue we need to talk about. More importantly, this council, and I would want to put that on the next agenda. We have to, I don't know if the manager, if you have a timeline for our next, short-term renourishment.
Yes, and based on what happened between Dorian and the king tide, the level of erosion was tremendous that we experienced in those few weeks. So we've been talking, we were going to do the design for the next nourishment this year and then the construction next year, but we're trying to expedite that, in particular with the dunes and reestablish the dunes because that's the next line of defense.
Are we still burying the stuff that we pick up on the beach, whether it's dead dune grass we don't have sargassum right now. We have dune grass that dies and comes ashore. So what is happening with that?
So basically the contractor's on standby whenever it reaches the threshold where they can haul, they're hauling. So that's what we're trying to go for.
So we're not putting it back in the sand.
So if you think back 5 years when we didn't have this level of seaweed, the integration is not as harmful. Now with all that's going on, we're trying to haul as much as we can. If you recall it during the budget, we talked about the amount of sand that gets pulled out. So we're trying to balance the hauling with the integration and also working on getting the composting site with the city of Miami. So we're pushing that as well. So when when there's enough sargassum, when there's enough to do a haul, we're hauling.
All right, so can we have a workshop?
We're hauling it
on the 5th?
all the way out.
Do I have consensus for the November 5th?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. That's what we're doing, November 5th. It's a Tuesday. And then let's get going on that. I will work with the manager to get something organized. And so let's move on.
Next item.
As a courtesy, may I ask the mayor, I know that it said,
Well, that's what I was just asked, I asked her. So go ahead. No, your item, I said, because I know that.
As a
you-
courtesy to move
courtesy to you both.
item 11A7, benefits issue for Ronald Herbal and Angela Herrera. Councilmember Laredo.
Councilmember
yeah,
Rhodes.
I just brought it up because it came up before in discussion and it sort of fell off.
Right.
And, you know, my theory about organizations is the people. The rest is worthless. Buildings, desks, and I want to make sure that our people are taken care of. And I know this is an issue. I don't know who's going to present, but it's been sitting there.
Well, I'm happy to talk about it. I mean,
Okay.
Ron Herbal, longtime resident, was a.
Ron and Angela, right?
Yeah, do you want to talk? I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, no, those two specifically, I want to know if we had a little briefing. Do you want to speak? I want to get this done.
I have a resolution that was proposed that I would like to bring back. I mean, this was the item and it kept, so what I would like to do is for our next meeting, I'd like to have the resolution that moves this forward and we get this done. I think this is a long time. What happened was there was uncertainty about the law, so I know things were not totally certain as to what we could do and what we couldn't do, but I feel this is important. I mean, people like Ron, as you say, they're integral parts of it.
Yeah.
These are people who put their lives on the line. I mean, Ron was there on the pile at Ground Zero in 9/11, and I think, you know, when things like that happen, when people put themselves out there like that, we as a community have a responsibility to have their backs later on. And so I'd like to bring this resolution back. I'll work with Chad on this to get it.
Is there something we can do today to make it more concrete rather than just
Deployed there by us.
words in the air? Because they've been around a couple of times and
Well, I think,
it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to
myself
land.
personally, I would like to have the facts. I would like to make sure that we're being consistent. I don't want to just make a quick decision on exactly what we're doing, because whatever we're offering to one person, we need to make sure that it can be
Absolutely.
consistently spread across an
And this
organization.
will be a consistent, the resolution as it was presented, and we can get into that. I'd rather do that when you see the resolution, so you've had time to review it. But it will be, and I mean, it's legally, I believe it's legally sufficient. It's legally very clear, and it's even-handed all the way across the board.
And we have to make sure that, because we're dealing with unions also, we want to speak to the unions and make sure that we're being consistent with that.
Got
the Presidente here.
There's the president right
my-
there.
my-
I'm
my-
happy
I would
to-
like-
I'll have a
could you-
conversation with him.
Just bring it back.
Can you,
But the problem is, I agree with you 100%, but we discussed this 3 times and it sort of falls
and
off.
they've sat here all night.
And, you know, I don't think it's fair. So are you okay with deferring to the 19th?
Well, I have to get the
we
resolution
can't.
together and get it
Okay,
passed.
what's his choice?
I mean, I was going to bring it tonight, but then it was his discussion item, and so I didn't, I should have talked to you about it. I apologize. Jose, you want to say something?
Sure. Jose Marti, I'll use the fire station address 560 Crandon. I'm the president of the local. We've discussed this with the manager, the fire chief. There's a state bill that not only us, but the other local presidents and everyone's been fighting for years. It took the state of Florida a tremendous amount of time to get here. Sadly, everything that we go on now that burns is man-made. So we are exposed to this, whether we have our SCBA on or not. The membership has constant exposures. It's unavoidable. So the high instance of cancer within our work group is beyond. And one of the residents that was here today, who works at Sylvester, who is running a big cancer study on firefighters, it's terrible. Part of the benefit is that if you're diagnosed with cancer on the job, there's a $25,000 benefit. You're supposed to cover their medical expenses, and it goes even after you retire. It's really a horrible disease. Ron, who responded to 911, has been battling this for years, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult when you grow up with this gentleman, and you go into all kinds of situations with him, and now he shows up and he tells you, hey, this thing is beating me, I'm not beating it. So it's been very hard for our work group. It's been very frustrating. I know the manager, I believe, wants to help us and do the right thing, but she's looking for guidance from this body.
Well, but I'm sorry if it's late. Are you in support of this, or yes or no?
Absolutely, I'm in
Okay.
support of the cancer bill.
And is the fire chief in support of this, or is that out of his, shouldn't be put in that position? We're looking to resolve this. I'm looking to.
I get it. I understand. I can't speak for him. I
Okay,
believe he's in support. I can't speak for the manager. I believe that in my conversations with her, I believe she's in support.
Yeah, but being in support and getting it done is two different things. I want to be able to see if we can get it done.
We can get it done
The
next.
only thing,
next week.
that I think
Okay.
has risen is that, and maybe the answer, the attorney has the answer, maybe you do. Assume that tomorrow we decide, or tonight, or next week, or next meeting, fine, Ron and Angel, whoever, we agree, even though you're not under the legislation because it's passed after you, we're going to make it retroactive to you. Does that make it retroactive to everybody who ever worked for the Key Biscayne Fire Department? I guess that's the question.
We've got 5 members that have actually, so when we start here, we get evaluated at every level. And everyone that started here was cancer-free before. So it's been cancer on the job.
But I'm saying it's
You've got
people who
5
retired
members.
10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or
I
whatever.
don't think those people are going to come and ask you.
Well, my
We've got-
point being is, when we do something like this, so we know what our financial obligation is, does we have to include anybody who has ever worked here before this legislation was passed? I mean, that's really the question.
I don't think there's anyone
Or can we
else.
say, if we pass this for Ron, it's only for Ron, or Ron and Angel?
Ron and Angel.
No, you can't have unilateral benefits.
Sorry?
You cannot have unilateral benefits.
You can't have, okay,
No,
fine.
You cannot.
By the same token, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But we could,
you-
we could say,
You can do this.
as of
Yes,
a date, right? So
Yes.
we are sure that we cover them
yes.
and don't say like, sorry, you got sick too soon.
No, but you can't have, you can't limit it to just the 2
Well, we can
employees.
say
You
as
can
of
set a policy
2017
of when you're doing it.
Do that?
I think we also are going to have to do an MOU with the union. I think the union has to be involved because there's union issues here, which I think that it sounds like the union has no objection.
Call Aggie.
If I can say something, I wish you had done this about 2 hours ago with my medications.
I
I'm
know,
about
that's why I'm so
2 hours
sorry.
past my
So sorry.
bedtime. I think one thing is that Angie and I, we're still fighting the battle. If there was anybody else that had issues with cancer before, they're clear, they're free. I thought I was free after I got diagnosed in 2015. I took care of it. In March of this year, it showed up in my bones. So it's a different story. You know, I thought I was cancer-free, with the surgeries that I had. So going from March until now, myself and Angie, we're still fighting that battle. So,
Time is of the essence.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to bring this resolution back. I was going to bring it back this meeting, and then I saw it was a discussion item, and I thought it would be better to have the discussion. We can bring it back next meeting and vote.
Yeah, and I understand from a conversation I had off the record with them, that you can in fact build the Chinese wall.
Can we propose that the
between other
village,
claims.
can we propose that the village adopt the cancer bill for firefighters?
the state already has
Starting-
a plan. The state,
No, for us, for firefighters that had cancer as of the date that you're not covered because of the bill, right? Like, is it the date, is it July 1st?
Yeah, I mean, we think that
The
we can
terms
implement
is
it.
what I'm
Yes,
saying.
accept the terms, yes. It's within your home rule powers to do that. We think there's a way to accomplish it. We're just looking for direction. So if you make a motion, a second, direct us. we will
I'll make
bring
a
it back.
motion
And
that
let's go.
we, in the quickest possible way, as Nike says, just do it. And in terms of being fair to these 2 fire men and women who served us so well. We need to do it no later than next meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, and a one-handed opinion, not on the other hand. We want to do it. Show us how we can do it legally.
I understand.
Okay.
We don't have to have a vote because the resolution will be what we vote on. We're just giving you direction to come back.
I mean, yeah, if there's consensus, we'll bring it back.
Please.
And the roadmap to get it fully implemented.
Perfect. Let's do it.
And we'll work with the manager for an MOU to facilitate so we're all on board.
I know you guys are.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Sorry, Ron, that we made you wait so long.
Yeah, sorry you had to stay so late.
Thank you.
But we wanted to entertain you.
Next item, Youth Council, Councilmember Moss.
Keep this quick. We met with the first youth council last week. It was great, good showing. One thing I just want to make sure from my colleagues is that I would like to be the liaison, and it never really was like kind of like a formal thing. So again, I don't like to act in that capacity unless I have that consensus.
You're the one who brought it to us, so take
Okay.
it. I mean,
Just
I
want to
don't
make
know,
sure.
is anybody- Yeah, I think you're the.
What are you doing?
Excellent.
What are you doing?
He's the liaison.
Liaison for the youth council.
No. I'm kidding.
That was it.
Next item, 2040 Vision Plan, Councilmember Moss.
All right, 2040, we want to go to the next step and get direction. It can be, these vision plans can be anything that we want them to be, really, right? So the way I see it is the way I see it, but if we want to add something to it, I want to get that feedback from you guys. The way I see it right now is to bring our SWOT analysis up to a current level with the public input, set up our goals, short-term, midterm, long-term, and then have the urban component where we have it put into plans and perspectives to get those characteristics. A short, sweet document that we can use to develop our strategic plans, our 5-year strategic plans, that can then be developed into our action plans, which goes into budgeting. That's the way I see it.
That's the vision committee?
That's the 2040 vision would be doing just the vision part.
Okay.
Yeah, not the
Okay.
strategic plans.
Okay.
We do the strategic plans.
This
We
is
just
us
do the
as a
list of
council.
goals. Yeah.
Okay.
Council does everything. So,
Are you guys dealing with, you're going to deal with zoning? Are you going to deal with things like resilient? I mean, are
would
those
be-
issues that are going to come up? Because I think those are critical.
they are. So that's what we want. That's the feedback we want to get from council. This is not my project. This is our project. I want to make sure if you want some more of a component in there, we can look at that. But what I suggest that the committee does right now is that they put together the scope and the deliverables that we're at least want to look at and bring that back to council so you guys can look at it and say, because what I want is that the expectation up here, we're all kind of on that same boat. If we're not like one person thinks it's going to be, this thing's going to end up looking like this, and another person thinks it looks like that, and it comes and everybody's confused. I want us all to be on the same page. So if you want to give any feedback now to have the committee to make sure they can add a couple of things in there, we can do that now. Or if you want them to just send something back, I can
Send
bring
you
it to the
stuff, yeah.
next meeting, and then you guys can give your feedback.
I have a question.
Yes.
The vision is meant to be quite far into the
Aspirational.
future. Aspirational.
Yes.
So you just brought up the zoning matrix. Is that going to be in our aspirational vision? To me, the zoning matrix needs to be happening very soon. Anything that we want to accomplish in the next 10 years
Sure.
should not be in this vision plan.
Well, see, and I guess that's a conversation because I feel like
It overlaps.
there are certain things where, as we talk about raising roads, potentially, right? That's a vision plan.
Why is that vision?
You think that's strategic?
So this is the way I look at it.
Right.
Vision is having the end in mind. This is what we want it to look like, right? This is how we want it to look like. That's the vision plan. That's it. It doesn't tell you how you're going to get there.
All right, fair
Then
enough.
what we do is we sit down and say, okay, strategy is how we're going to get there. So we're going to make a list. In our next 5 years, we're going to do these things to try to hit those goals. That's all it is. We may not hit half of the goals, and that's okay. But it's just, it gives us
So
an
we're
aim.
creating this utopia of what we see
what we think
this
it's gonna look like.
island
Yes.
being in.
And then council comes up with that 5-year strategy
enough. To how
that
do
puts
we
together
move us
a
toward there?
CIP or whatever we want to do. And then we go to the action plan, which is really our budget. It's like this year we're gonna get this stuff done, and we're gonna check off the goals as we get things done. I mean, the 2020 was very similar. We had a ton of goals on there. I don't even know if we've gotten half of those yet, and we may not get a lot of them because, again, they're aspirational. You're not really supposed to hit all your goals all the time, right? Because things change over time. But the idea is that it helps us set up and strategize in those meetings. So I'm guessing that you guys might not have feedback at this point, but we can maybe bring something back. You guys take a look at it. You say, hey, I don't like any of this. Whatever it is, but
The only
we should be
problem
the
I
one
have,
doing it.
or the only question I've been consistent, is about the $100,000 appropriation for facilitator, consulting, and everything else. I've been doing as much research as I can. less than 100,000. She's going to give me some amended numbers, 50,000 for the 2020, which is next year. And we've accomplished 18, and about 28 have not been accomplished. So I have a problem. I'm more into getting the limited resources into doing things. 2040, you've heard me say this, is 21 years from now. We have a very small community. There's nothing else you can build on one side. You're not going to have a hotel. You're not going to build anything else, and in residences. So it seems to me every time, one of the members of the committee comes up, it's about asking for money.
Sure.
And asking for money without even a plan. So, I'm very direct about it. I applaud the initiative, but I just can't, $100,000 is a lot of money.
Sure.
For another study. We got a beautiful book now, hardcover book that cost us $700,000.
Yeah. So there's a couple things here. So there's redevelopment, right? There's no development, but there is redevelopment. Commercial spaces will get redeveloped at some time. Houses are continuing to be redeveloped. So we just want to maintain certain type of characteristics and what we want to look at. And there's new threats coming in. There's new opportunities coming in that weren't there 15 years ago. Weaknesses being developed. I mean, some of the things are like the chats. We discussed the chats as being somewhat threatening in our community right now, and how that would end up being inside this plan. That wasn't an issue 15 years ago. It's not all urban, but the urban planner, we just don't have an urban planner, especially from the outside, to do something like this. Now, the $100,000, if it comes out to $30,000, great. The $100,000 was just the ask to have something budgeted there. I think what we end up putting into the deliverables we want, the scope of work that we want, the qualifications that we want, that will determine more or less
Okay,
what the
I
price
just
is
wanted
going
to
to
make
become.
clear, Brett, that I voted for the budget and that item, subject to that this is an incremental. We may not spend any of it, or we may spend 20 of it, 30, because you asked what is the direction today. I'm still concerned about the money. So, but if what you're asking today is to move forward and give us more concrete things, that I may change my mind.
Exactly.
And say it's worth $100,000. But right now, it's like,
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're not going out to bid or anything right now. We're
I know,
just
but
saying,
every
hey,
time
let's
one of
get
the
on
members of
page.
your committee comes, all they want to talk about is $100,000. I mean, they're more good friends of mine, but come on.
Yeah.
I
Brad,
mean,
is
they're
it-
volunteers. We're volunteers.
Sure.
And we get
No, I agree.
a pizza and.
Everybody would love to do it cheap, but everybody also
Yeah,
wants to
I
do
know,
it good. So everybody's like, okay, but we don't know what it's going to be until we send it out.
Is it possible to have your committee sort of have areas of which they've already brainstormed with their local knowledge of what they kind of envision, so that we could see those components in their loosest form prior to saying, yes, okay, it makes sense, go to the consultant now, because then you could come back and say, this is what we expect to receive from a consultant, a planner, based on this work we've already done. And I
Yes.
think that might be an easier sell.
And maybe we can also send you some examples of other communities. I know that Fort Lauderdale just did a 2035 vision. I mean, there's vision plans all over, South Miami, Miami Beach, all the way up to
That'd be
New
helpful.
York, everywhere. I can send some links, but they're all over the board. Some of them are 500 pages thick. Others are 2 pages thick. I mean, they can be they can be all over the place, and I'm sure they're have all different amounts of money as well, based on how much information we want. So, but I'll send them over to you guys.
Okay.
And we'll come back with a scope that we think, based on our research, but we all got to be on that same page before we move forward.
All right, next.
You again?
That's me again. Oh, yeah, so
took
you
it up
want, you need to read it? No, okay. So the use of room 200, right? It's 200? I forgot the room number. So there was an idea of putting, obviously, the administration part of the foundation moved over to another building. That space is now a space that we use all the time. I think we've been functioning pretty well in that small room. I mean, we don't need the 2 rooms. I really like this idea that the Historic Society has been trying, to have a little area to pop up. So we were thinking, why not try this for 1 year? Let them bring these artifacts out that are in this storage, and so we can start to see it and see what how we respond to it. So I want to see if we wanted to test it out.
Make it happen.
I'm in full support.
Make a motion?
Okay, I make a motion.
I'll second.
That we do that.
Why?
Just for the,
Okay, all right,
just for
make a
the,
motion. Second.
Again, let me just say, again, procedure, I support it, but the way it came to me, it's not good management. You know, somebody, which is not us, decided, you know, and I got a good call from her and her work that she's done, so I have no problem, but I like to have a little more discipline, because that's a prime real estate, you know, at least to have, it was fait accompli. All of a sudden, it's, by the way, it wasn't asking my opinion, so by the way, we are moving the museum there, Councilman. Oh, okay.
Well, I think
It wasn't intended that way, but we just have to start slowly getting things more organized, because we do have to do better in office space. You may need one or two, and Ed has been asking for and everything else. So I think it's great, because the Islander also has an intern, which I want to put together with you, that is from Master Academy, and he's working on history, a young kid working on history. He has nowhere to go. You know,
I think we have to be
So how
careful in terms of having somebody from a private entity coming.
Okay, I use that as an example, but
But he could
his
come into the
interest,
Historic
his interest.
Society and use that museum as a place where he could learn all about the.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what he's
yeah,
saying.
he would, I would say, just go to the second floor and see what we have. You know, original charter, what happened, somebody buried that, they don't know who the original charter members were, who's alive, who's around.
I think you're bringing up a very good point, though, which, and I know the manager has worked on trying to analyze full utilization of the space within our village hall, and that there is a lot of space that could be utilized in a better way. And so maybe we can work, we have this, we get this started, but we can work on the process of identifying space that's available and then having a discussion to determine the optimal use, and even giving people an opportunity to request from us to use certain spaces.
I mean, it was the as I recall, it was our space, the council's space, and we decided, you know, we don't need all of this. Let's work with the council, and so that we moved the community foundation in there so that they could have that relationship.
With the community
But if they
groups,
go away,
who
right,
we
with the
know.
community groups, but now that they've moved into another space, it's our space. So I think if we decide that we want to have the historical society in there, yes, ma'am.
They have a lease on it.
Who has the lease on it?
the foundation.
Oh, the foundation continues to have a lease? Oh,
Yes,
so in
which is
fact.
why this
It's
came
their
that way.
space.
It's
They
their
still have a
space.
lease.
I know, but
They-
you know, folks, we're a small family.
I know.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Well, but I
The
think
the
that-
reason I bring
that-
this up.
Or she was bringing that point to your point.
I know,
that-
no, she did a great job. She reached out to me. What I'm saying is, I'm crazy, but not that crazy. This is how you avoid the things we had to go through this year with the budget, with the community. Because if it's not by the book, there's people out there full-time saying, they missed a comma. All of a sudden, it's a conspiracy. You know how many times, and I'll tell you this is late at night, that I wrote down that some of the people who spoke today used the word dishonest.
No, I didn't hear that
It's
one.
shocking. Oh, yeah. You know, that whatever is happening, it's not, it would need more honesty. I mean, this is a spinning group out there that's good at spinning. I admire them. We need to outspin them. So I just wanted to make sure.
So
that we
let's
do it
just
by the
make
book.
sure we continue to
Do it
be
by the
very
book.
honest.
Absolutely.
So there's a
think
motion
that's-
on the table?
It's
Second.
so.
Yep.
Oh, you second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, fertilizer ordinance,
Bring this
Councilmember
back. Let's
Petros.
get it done.
Okay, couple
Katie,
things
make it
though,
quick
what
so
I'd
we can be
like,
done before 11.
this fertilizer ordinance, which the whole idea was brought to me by Rachel Silverstein from Waterkeepers, so I want to thank them. They are working in coordination with us to try to make things better. And in addition, this is an ordinance that our attorney put together for Surfside. There's some additional components that I would like us to consider including. And one is this doesn't actually have a summer blackout period, which according to the people at Waterkeepers, it is not detrimental. There's so much rain in the summer that the idea of putting fertilizer on in the summer, it usually runs off and it goes right into our waterways. So if we could do a summer blackout period, that is what they.
Don't allow.
Where there's
Yes,
no
so that-
fertilizing.
Right. Basically between June and September, that's what they recommend. And also to limit fertilizer to slow release type fertilizer. And there's some other issues, but I would like to follow the recommendations of the Waterkeeper group to try to come back and bring a more robust ordinance specific for our village, and also tie into the Florida-friendly planting. And according to Rachel and the other woman I spoke to today, who I'm forgetting her name, I apologize, but there's a specific, for Dade County, it's not just Florida-friendly, but the fact that we're subtropical means that there are specific modifications just for this area. So if we can, we'll take that into consideration as well.
This is going to be a communication thing too, right? This is going to have to be communicated to people. Of
Yes,
what they can
yes,
use, what
and-
they can't use, what the new law is, all that kind of stuff.
Right, so the other thing that I would like to ask, in speaking with the manager, thank you for bringing that up, is that we ask them to do what's called an industry forum to see what the impact would be to all the vendors once we determine that we want to do this, so that we make sure that we know if there's going to be an increased cost from the landscapers to our residents, as well as what the particular financial impact may be to our village landscaping as well to put this in place. So we need to know those factors before we actually vote yea or nay.
Let's go.
Good.
Okay.
Next item is the last item, village attorney request for an executive
Yes,
session.
we received a settlement in a case that I'd like to present to you in an executive session. The case is Vilches versus The Village, which is case number 2015-019987 CA0108 in the 11th Judicial Circuit of Miami-Dade County. We would like to have the executive session on the 29th before the council meeting, if that's okay.
Sure. 5:30, 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock,
Well,
let's do it.
the clerk will reach out to you guys and set the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Meeting is adjourned.
Aye.